Alright, good morning everyone. Welcome back to the show. I'm your charming self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk, and today we are back in Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Near the end. I don't know how much is left. We're in Chapter 5, or Act 5. We're in the final act, and just landed on a new world, and we've got a level up for Ulfar to do here real quick. What do we want? Entrench, dash, entrench is fine. Agility is fine. Okay, easy level up. Alright. Let's see, what is this? The blackened tracks of blood extend farther, leading you into the depths of the corridor.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
A rotten metallic scent wafts from the pool of dried blood. An uneven ripple runs across the stella's surface. The symbols covering it tremble and blend into each other. None stay in your memory for longer than a second. Lord Xenos?
My pleasure.
The sight of the Xenos symbols is repulsive, but your will is strong. At the press of a key, the vid screen displays the following. Status. Begin data transmission to the sacred calculator. Missing data. Shunning the imperfections of the flesh, its transience, and its finiteness. Missing data. The new preserving a bond with the old through rhythm images. Missing data. Okay, imperfections of the flesh makes me think, a Mechanicus wrote that. Military equipment and mechanisms for sacred machines. Everything is untouched.
They will see. Oh yes.
The Inquisitor's soldiers are dead. Something unspeakable mutilated their bodies and dumped them together in a pile. Strong Adeline, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Welcome. Activate the cogitator. Several disfigured corpses in the uniforms of Inquisition soldiers have been tossed in a grotesque pile between the cogitator and the large obelisk-like statue. Their killers left no trace, but you have the nagging, oppressive feeling that the very walls are watching you. The air, thick with electricity, and the heavy stench of rotting flesh only makes that feeling worse. Closing his eyes and sniffing noisily, the wolf snarls grimly. What killed these mortals is still near. I can smell it. A lifeless stench. Not like a corpse, but like the iron teeth in Morkai's maw. A message is blinking impatiently on the cogitator's vid screen. Process. Linguistic analysis. Status. Awaiting data cataloging. Activate information panels. Tech use. Examine the machine. Success. You have never seen a cryptographic machine as intricate and unorthodox as this one. The numerous sacred seals of algorithmic asceticism suggest that the spirit dwelling within is exceptionally cunning and powerful, privy to forbidden knowledge. Confirm activation of the information panels. The hum of the servo motors inside the cogitator grows louder as the machine processes information. Attention, insufficient data for final cataloging. Awaiting data input. Try to extract the data concerning the mechanism's masters. The mechanism, having served the Inquisition so faithfully, is loath to part with its secrets. One after another, menacing scarlet dots light up on the casing. Continue. Your ruthless intrusion into the cogitator's memory chambers yields the following message. Prepare for the start of Operations Precious Sentinel. The horrific vision event may come to pass. Orders to abort the research mission and join the contingent on Epitaph. Codes for traversing the minefields are attached. The message has an attachment containing the astronomical coordinates of a planet along with binaric code. Items received code for traversing minefields. Priority 0, contact with barrier squadron lost during dimensional gate recharging. No confirmation received of gate being sealed. Stay on high alert. Uh-oh. The cogitator shrieks indignantly, lighting up with blinding red indicators and letting out a high-frequency howl. A word appears across the entire width of the vid screen. Intrusion. When the ringing in your ears subsides, you realize you hear something else. Someone's heavy footsteps. The vindictive machine spirit triumphantly displays a blinking prophetic message. Oh Lord, they coming! Oh, that's a big one. Repulsive, unintelligible sounds made by the Xenos.
Let's see how to dismember you properly.
Alright. Did you get Necrons on your first playthrough? Yeah, it's basically Act 5. Act 5 is Necrons. Plates of Necrodermis reduce damage against this creature by 95% from every side except the back. Alright. Oh boy. Alright, we got 14 enemies, 6 on each side, and the 2 big guys over there. Alright. Okay. Let's give an action to Heinrichs. Regen on the party. Or warning on the party.
I am a navigator,
Frontline.
not a servitor. If I may.
Backline. Can I curse from this range? No, I cannot. Okay. Okay, they're not in range to hit them with, like, anything else. Alright, stronghold stratagem.
If
Hey,
you
look, it's the
insist,
tree
Lord
of
Captain.
birds. How are you today?
Hello, Bertree. Sanguination. Okay, the others are currently moving. I don't know Warhammer 40k, but who are Necrons? I know bits and pieces. So, Necrons were a race that were alive a long time ago, and they were enslaved by these much more powerful beings that they almost thought of as gods. I don't remember what those actually were. And then at some point in time, they managed to trick their gods into getting into these chambers, but it was a trap, and they managed to trap them in there, and their gods, these very powerful creatures, are still alive, and they're basically in, like, prisons, and the Necrons are feeding off their power. And the Necrons have replaced most of their flesh with these mechanical suits, so they kind of look like metal skeletons at this point. And I think when they die, they're, like, remade in these crypts. Most Necrons are asleep on various worlds, and, you know, when they went to sleep, or, like, when they wake up now, they're like, you know, this world is ours, and, you know, they're like, everyone else is like, you've not been awake for a long time. So, these ones are waking up right now. Also, very powerful weaponry.
Tell me, and it is done.
Not corpse play. I will carve runes out of your bones. See how the wolf succeeds.
Muck's turn. He can't do anything right now. She can't reach that at the moment. She can reach
Don't
that
get too cocky.
one. Miss. Okay, Heinrichs.
Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Alright, that's all the buffs.
foes in my wake.
Alright, taunted that.
Behold my artistry! A wicked thought. A genius at work.
Can't really control the side the dog is on, and this thing resists damage not to the back of it, apparently.
What if? Schemes within schemes. Let's see.
Alright, Ulfar's turn.
So I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Not in disgrace!
Hey, Mr. Hi, Osimo. Okay, dot all enemies.
Emperor whispers his will. I shall not fail, as the tenets demand. Trust me, killing brings
Alright,
me
those
no
two are done.
pleasure. Death is a blessing. Killing brings me no pleasure.
CJ.
Fenris Shoulder! Not I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
Reanimating. When this creature's wounds drop to 0, it falls prone and regains 30% of its max wounds as temp wounds. On the next turn, it's reanimated with half health if it still has temp wounds. If the creature has no other allies with base wounds more than 0, the creature's allies die. Oh yeah, that's another thing. In the, what is it? Tabletop, there's a thing called Reanimation Protocol, where you could, like, use it to bring some of your defeated Necrons back to life.
So shall it be.
Let's see to it. Naturally.
I'd like to, but I can't.
Why did he immediately get
Let's see to it. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
Through the smoke and gunfire! A genius at work.
There we go. Apprehend.
Wicked thought. What if?
Make sure he's still taunted. Yep, he is for 2 more turns.
Let's see.
Okay.
See how the wolf succeeds.
What else we got? Alright, Cabela can handle that side. Where's the other big... Oh, there's the other big one. You know what? We might have an opportunity here.
The wolf is on the hunt. Feel the icy
I definitely
bite
thought
of
we would do more
death.
damage than this to it.
Cubs play. So our foes reek of cowardice.
Okay. Necrons is such a cool faction. Currently, they are one big plot threat to the Imperium, but they could be one of the greatest allies since they share a lot of threats with them. Ringsong says, Katan, these things are creatures that fed off stars. They found the race that used to be the Necrons billions of years ago, even before Eldari existed. The Necrons helped Katan transfer their consciousness into bodies made of the special sort of metal Necron bodies are now made of, too. Necrons initially lived on a planet that was constantly bombarded with radiation, so they developed bodies using the metal to be able to prolong their life, since they live very short lives. Also, Adeptus Mechanicus might be worshipping a Katan shard that they found on Mars, and they might that might be their real on Messiah. There you go. That fills in some of the blanks that I didn't remember or didn't know.
I'm afraid not. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I will not die in dishonor. I bring mercy and retribution.
Alright, that one's done.
Time for our return.
I don't think there's anything in her range. I don't really want to move her.
Let's see to it.
Okay. And apprehend from behind. And then melee, which will trigger another hit.
Let's see. A wicked thought. Let's see.
Alright, Wolfar.
Will I become the All-Father's worthy? I in disgrace.
Alright, is it gonna go into a reanimation thing? Nope. Okay.
I don't like that.
Wildfire.
None
Reload.
can do this better.
And kick it.
I will carve runes out of your bones.
So I think because that did so many shots, that went in. He went into reanimating, and it still finished him off after that.
I'm not accustomed to be.
A new note in discordant melody.
Dare you?
Me.
Give him another
If you
action.
insist.
Auto. There's one more. That one over there is the last one.
Death comes in silence.
Wait, what? Ah, okay.
As honor ordains. I feel nothing, fear nothing. Caught by the web. I shall not fail. Death is a blessing.
There we go. Nice. Does this game have a paladin-style character or class? A paladin? I mean, there's not really like a holy light thing. I guess the closest thing would be like instead of like a firm belief in like a god or like a higher power, there'd be like the belief in the emperor. Like the whole existence of the warp in this universe makes it to where if you've got enough faith that something will happen, sometimes it will happen. And even if it's not for the reason, like, you might think the Emperor gave you a blessing, and maybe he did, or maybe it was just the warp responding to your overwhelming emotions, you know? So if you played someone that was very, very much for the Emperor, it will sometimes grant miracles to you. Let's see. Okay, so we got level up on a few people. Adeptus Sororitas are kind of like paladins. Yeah, but you can't play them in this game. He said, can you play one? Like my character is extremely dogmatic, you know, for the Emperor. And I'm playing it, I'm playing an Arbites because it was one of the new things. I wanted to try it, but I'm also playing a frontline warrior, which is how my guy with the shield is able to just run up to the biggest thing on the battlefield, taunt it, and just keep its attention. Let's see. Sure. We'll do invincibility for +2 deflection. Take that. Alright, Cass. Let's see. When allies take extra turns together with the character, they do more damage. Another flag bearer would be fine. There's often not everybody in range of it. Whenever an ally is affected by officer's ability against temporary wounds, be vigilant. Not much left, interesting stuff remaining. Sure. Getting down to the dregs at this point. Let's get know-it-all. Sure. Alright, Jay. I'm at the point of the game where if there was like an auto level, I would just take it at this point. Say attention, permanent buff on people she gives extra turns to. And she does actually do that. Try that one. Alright, Cabela. Cataclysm, sure. Sure. Crushing Assault. Dodge Reduction, Death Dealer. Destroyer. Sure. See, trusty weapons, demolition engineer. What is that? Sure. Okay. They're very, very minor, but we finished our level ups. Alright, quick save, just so we don't have to do that again. Got a couple of loots over here. What is this?
Beyond.
Goods. Let's see. Heal protocol. Cybermastiff gains 25 weapon skill and strength and 400% more damage. You gain the heal ability. If the Cybermastiff is apprehending, it regains 50% of max wounds. If it's protecting, the protected gains temp wounds. If it's in standby, its next attack is a guaranteed crit. Then the Cybermastiff moves to a cell adjacent to its overseer and begins waiting. Waiting for the next command. So it... okay, so it removes its old command and gives you a buff based on what it was. And what's his current chip? So this would take it from 300% bonus damage to 400. but it would lose the 50% bonus to its maximum health. Could try it, but if we have trouble keeping it alive, we might have to swap back. In the early game, the doggo was dying constantly.
There will be no peace.
This cogitator was
in my
installed here
way.
recently before it was destroyed by an unknown weapon. It says there's loot in that room. Does this open up? Lord Xenos.
Damn it!
A roar
I mean,
bursts from the
just
column,
bad luck.
painfully assaulting your eardrums. The vid screen awakens at your touch. Status: beginning data transmission of the sacred calculator. Missing data. And have become immortal. We have become... turns to darkness. It shall be conquered, and it shall tremble in fear.
Patience.
Missing data.
My nerves are frayed.
Tall pillars stretch upward from the abyss of pale mist, seemingly rising from the void itself. Looking at the greenish haze makes your body feel sluggish with weariness. The bloody streaks seem even more grim in the green subterranean glow.
And done.
The surface with the symbols trembles like rippling water, but it has no effect on you. The vid screen awakens at your touch. Status: beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. Missing data. Its finiteness, we have embarked on a new trajectory amid the stars. Missing data and symbols before existence. Missing data. Are you planning on doing Dawn of War tonight?
Curiosity
No.
sings
Today
in my
is
veins.
Mutiny Monday. We got different plans for tonight. Actually, might be fulfilling a bribe tonight. I was told by a viewer that if I played Peak one evening, that they would add a 10,000 gold infusion to the giveaway vault. And so we are looking at doing that tonight to fulfill the bribe. And then I could give that away during the birthday stream. This, holy crap, that's this coming weekend. Okay. Back on the ship. Yomuk finally got my legendary rifle for my dead eye. Congratulations. Happy pew-pewing. Lord Captain, unidentified sickle-shaped ships have taken off from the planet we just left. They're approaching swiftly and readying their weapons for battle. Get ready, it's about to get hot in here. Sickle-shaped. Since we just woke up Necrons, I'm guessing Necrons have sickle-shaped ships. Hello, what am I coming to? Giveaway, when, where, did I mention I like you, Muck? Oh, thank you, Tokizo.
Unleash our fury. Lance!
Oh, I did not mean to use that button. Whoops.
Commence the symphony.
Reanimation protocol activated. No! What is this one? Wow, that did like no damage. sharp turn.
Master, if you please.
Zero damage. Okay, so it looks like the ones that already used reanimation protocol have like a dot on them, so their second life bar is like ticking downward.
Unleash our fury! Engage the lance!
Yeah, I'm guessing these guys have like damage reduction or something. Like the mini small hits of the interceptors are doing 0 or near 0 damage. Oh my god, new funny over edited moments. I missed those videos. Glad you brought them back. Just have to have enough funny moments to put them together. Luck taking bribes, I'm shocked. Are you really though? Are you really?
Engage the lance! Sail upon the seas of void!
Take damage to the explosion.
Another victory of 2 great dynasties, Lord Captain.
Got a better shield array. Imagine Necron companions. How would that work? Lord Captain, what were those things? They took off from the surface of the world where you landed. I've never seen ships like that, never seen such technologies either. We fished a trophy out of the void, a relatively intact fragment of a wreck, and sent it to our engine seers. And just in case, we've isolated the compartment where they are performing their comprehension liturgies. Lore Xenos 100%. Research the tomes in the Rogue Trader's private library. Perhaps it will give us insight into these monsters. An hours-long silence follows as your order is being executed. At last, the Vox comes to life again. Your Lordship, the Carto Artifacts claims to have found a mention of Xenos similar to the ones we've encountered. The manuscript refers to them as Necrons. Bolster the crew's morale. Give out additional rations to those who showed valor in battle. This is just the beginning. As you will, Lord Captain. Void ship management. Upgrade the shields. Okay. Alright, and go to the big map. Chart new routes. Okay, so that's where we were. We're over here now. Warp travel. Lord Captain, I must inform you, Mistress Cabela has made her way to your chambers and relieve the bodyguard stationed there. Perhaps she wishes to have a conversation in private. What? Now? We're fighting Necrons, woman! Time and a place. Admuck, hope you're doing great. Do you have any inspiring words for me to power up my will to do the things, aka achievements, to finish finish vision? Lost Ellie, remember, it's garbage can, not garbage can't. You got this. There's nothing stopping you. Cabela says, your chambers have undergone a profound... Oh no, she's just kind of viewing this. Your chambers have undergone a profound transformation. Familiar patterns stretch from the entrance all the way to the far end of the hall, forming an intricate maze. Its passages meet and diverge, all of them blending together in an almost hypnotic experience, and the aroma of sacred unguents tickles your nostrils.
Domin, it's time we left the Labyrinth.
Get out of my chambers. Cabela looks rather out of place in the soft gloom of the chambers, a thin angular tendril, an intruder in a realm of soothing shadows. What is going on?
Ever since you appeared in my life, I've been looking for a way out of what my existence has become.
You're welcome.
And I've realized I can't do it alone. This time, you will be my guide. Please, take me out of this labyrinth. When we're free of this trap I've led us into, we can look at what the future holds.
Alright, I'll bite. Well then, follow the sound of my words. You take a step and Cabela echoes it, entering the tangled web with you. You notice a set of tiny stitches on her closed eyelids. Oh, she stitched her eyes shut? She is relying on her hearing to walk, having completely entrusted herself to your will.
When I first stepped into your world, it blinded me. So I clung to my mask of calm focus. Any other spinner in my place would have been overwhelmed by what I saw in your realm. When thoughts of you began to cloud my mind and steer me away from the tenets, I noticed it happening. Our bond is steadily cutting the threads between me and my purpose.
Be sappy. I will forever treasure the memory of the day I first saw you. You too have opened up a new world to me.
Forever.
Cabela's expression tenses. She wants to look at you, but she does not lose control. I knew I had stirred something in your soul, back then on our first evening.
Can you truly read my soul so easily, Domin? Or are you just showing off in front of the one who trusts you?
She laughs softly. Guide Cabela through the labyrinth without breaking the rules. You guide Cabela through the maze away from the center and closer to the exit. Her movements are precise and she carefully follows your every instruction. The corridors weave and join, cross and branch in an attempt to confuse all who wander them. The odor wafting from the lines on the floor makes your head swim. Is this dating? This is what it's like dating a psychopath assassin, yes.
I searched long. I tried on different masks. I struggled to find a new thread, one that would accept you without repulsing me. But here's the truth. I am my own past. The blood-spun web is my home and my destiny. It is everything I know about the universe, and I'm not ready to leave it behind. If I did, your Cabela would disappear. The web stretches through me, feeding my soul and mind. And so, it will always be. I can love you still from the shadows of the web. If that isn't enough for you, I will withdraw into the darkness. I will take our feelings with me and keep them far away from you.
We will find a way to be together. However different our worlds may be, we can overcome any obstacle.
Domin, I would defy the tenets. No, every law in the Imperium, just for a chance to be happy with you. But I know I won't be.
Sing my song or follow my prayer. What? I didn't even know my guy could sing. Follow my song, Cabela. I sing of you. The moment you start singing, Cabela joins you, like an echo of your every note. Your voices flow in a duet as you guide Cabela toward the exit.
love.
Together, the two of you emerge from the twisted maze. Cabela's hands dart to touch yours, her fingers interweaving with your own in a silent greeting. Then she withdraws her hands and lifts them up to her face. A dagger flashes in the dim light, cutting the delicate stitches. She looks at you with new eyes. So I led her to the bathtub. Good play, me. She said, my love. And you are mine forever. Oh, smooches. I like how I'm wearing a full face helmet for this kiss. So she's just making out with a piece of plasteel.
I love you. I always will. Until the end of the last star in the dark void.
Smoochies for the Emperor. Her hands wrap around you, joining at the back of your neck. Her lips meet yours, and together you dissolve in the flood of her tenderness and passion as she looses herself in the kiss. We are out of the labyrinth. A new eternity awaits.
An eternity in the embrace of that which will welcome us both.
Gesture at the lines on the floor. What happens to it now?
An eternity. We have passed the labyrinth's web. Ahead of us.
After the scene say, get off my ship.
But I believe that as long as we keep each other in our hearts, we will always prevail. Come, Domin. Let's cleanse ourselves before we go back to our threads.
She whispers so quietly you can barely hear her. You listen to the comforting sound of running water. For a moment, a horrific scene surfaces in your mind, blood pouring from the pipes in a drowning torrent. Oh yeah, the way that her whole DLC started was blood was flooding out of those pipes while I was in the bathtub. But the image is dispelled by Cabela's touch. She is warm, alive, and so close.
May these waters mend the mistakes of the lost. May they wash away the missteps, cleanse the soiled hands, clear the clouded mind. And as we wade in, may they grant us the strength to follow our thread.
Sky says, hey man, will you be at Gamescom or did I dream that? No, I'm on the wrong side of the planet for Gamescom. I will be at the Guild Wars 2 get-together in Seattle on August 29th. And then the next day on the 30th, I will be at PAX West across the street. Might be the only time I'm ever able to go to anything like this. I've never been to a con before. It's an expensive trip. But I'll be at those. Continue.
Always remember, Domin, that I love you. I will carry this love into the embrace of death when the time comes for me to reach my end.
Oh.
Remember. Remember.
Voice actors did a pretty good job here, by the way. I somehow remember you saying you want to visit Europe for Gamescom. I don't even... No, it wasn't me that said that. I do not even have a current passport. I had one as a kid, and it has long since expired. So, I can't be leaving the country right now. I couldn't get back in. Steam achievement. You dispelled the shadows in the void. Time passed 2 hours. Yo, we were in the bath for 2 hours? I'm a raisin. I'm all pruned up. Alright. Without a passport, you also can't leave the country easily. Yes, true. Yeah, for those that don't know, I live on the eastern side of the United States. So going to cons in Europe is a lot. That is a big ask. Wow, there is a lot of planets in this little system. Okay, nothing on that one. Confusion reigns among the Void Ship Augur's operators. The unidentified emission keeps appearing and then reappearing on their scanners. At first it seems that sandstorms are to blame for this, hiding the source of the radiation. A team of explorers easily overcomes these storms and begins studying the surface. As their accounts suggest, the planet remains littered with broken and mangled ruins of Xenos origins. Insect-like constructs flicker among the ruins like static on a malfunctioning cogitator. Their black metallic bodies are equipped with grappling blades which bring to mind the spindly legs of spiders. With each occurrence, the devices look more and more distorted, bent, and sometimes even appear directly in the remnants of walls or overlap each other. The only stable thing in the structure is a deep hole with a melted rock at its center. Whatever purpose this structure served for the Xenos, the meteorite destroyed it long before the arrival of the rogue trader. Linger to observe the object. Magos Hanuman volunteered to lead the observation team. His passion for the Xenos devices borders on heresy, but he takes a long time after his return to report to the Lord Captain. Later, Pascal admits he is discouraged by the gap between the scientific accomplishments of the Xenos and the capabilities of modern tech priests. Excuse me. Ringsong says, as long as you don't have to pass over Russia, you'd probably not have too much trouble flying to Europe otherwise, and I assume flights from most places in the US fly directly east. Yeah. The big thing for me, it'd be the cost, you know? Just going from the east part of the US to the west part of the US to go to PAX, just like for me, my wife, and kids, so 3 people, a 3-day trip, literally go there and then 2 hotel nights and come back. So 3, you know, tickets for 3 people there and back, and then the hotel, and then the PAX tickets was like almost $4,000, and that's not counting like food or anything extra. So it's a very expensive trip. It was made a bit cheaper because my dad gave us some frequent flyer miles, but I definitely don't like we are perfectly stable, but not so much in the way that I can be throwing out vacations like that every year. Most of the surface is covered in icy dunes with greenish highlights. At first, officers aboard the vessel decide that the unusual color of the ice is due to a quirk of the atmosphere. Later, it becomes evident that the source of the highlights is a group of monstrous pyramidal structures wreathed in an emerald fire. Examining them in detail with magnoculars, is that like binoculars? It can be seen that one of the monoliths is damaged. A device on its wall emits an energy beam at a similar pyramid not far from itself. Examine the structures. The Von Valencia scouts approach the monoliths with as much care as possible, fearing the appearance of an enemy. A small servitor sent to gather data about the energy beam clearly demonstrated the destructive power of the xenotechnology. After carelessly making contact with the beam, it instantaneously broke apart into minuscule pieces. It is curious that the second pyramid is still intact, and that only matter at the source of the beam is being destroyed. Study the surviving monolith. The energy beam barely reflects off the dark metal of the pyramid. Occasionally, a scarcely visible wave runs across the surface of the monolith's walls, after which the material appears to become even smoother. It's as if one monolith is feeding the other, not destroying it. A few scouts decide to come closer in order to better examine the phenomenon. Perception success. The soldiers of Von Valancius notice a fragment of a metallic ribcage melted right into the material of one of the walls like a bizarre bas-relief. Between the rows of ribs, a talisman of black stone shimmers with colored light after each wave of energy. The figure to which the talisman belongs shows no signs of life. After a quick debate, the officers decide to take the artifact on board. You received a withering shard. Wearer's strength, toughness, and agility are decreased by 15, but the wearer can use heroic acts at 125 momentum instead of 175, and desperate measures at 50 instead of 100. If the wearer is considered as having heretical adherent, the wearer becomes heretical adherent if they don't have it yet. Okay, so this weakens you but lets you get to your ultimate abilities sooner. Guess you're not Danny Pudi rich? I don't know who that is, but no, I don't see myself as rich. Now we're able to pay all our bills and put some in savings, and that's I'm happy with that. But I can't afford $4,000 vacations each year. That is a lot. That's too much for my blood. Fire plasma torpedoes at these Xenos monoliths. The phenomenon seems too dangerous to leave it as it is, and the Von Valancia's flagship bombards the monoliths until the last fragments are turned to dust by torpedoes and flashes from the pyramid's own deadly weaponry. Bodie McBoatface has gained accumulated charge. In the next combat, your torpedoes will be unavailable for 2 rounds. During and after the 3rd round, their damage is increased by 25%. I don't even use the torpedoes that much. Where am I? Okay, Rocky World. That one's done, that one's done, that one's done. Okay. Okay, nothing here. Necron Ring. The greenish glow of the gigantic ring, made from unknown materials, flows through the windows of the captain's bridge. The Void Ship's instruments measure a whole spectrum of various emissions. Sometimes the dull green is darkened by clouds of space dust or bent by gravitational waves. The object most closely resembles a portal, albeit what's passing through it cannot be clearly defined. Observe. Arcs of incandescent star gases bursting from the ring pierce the darkness of space, reflected by the surface of other celestial bodies in the system. At times, dark light waves bend the edges of the portal, but they are quickly restored thanks to the enigmatic flowing metal. Then, lashes of purple clouds, dissected by threads of lightning, appear in the center of the ring. An unseen force prevents them from reaching the other side of the portal as the blocks of black stone become covered in purple scarlet illumination. If the ring truly were a portal, it's not fit to serve as one any longer. Stellar heat and gravitational force forbid any vessel from passing through it. According to the ship's astropaths, the purple clouds are an even more dangerous phenomenon, indicating that the powers of the warp are eager to flow out of the portal into real space. As if to highlight its deadliness, with the next wave of dark light, the portal throws out the shattered remains of an unidentified void ship. It just vomits up a broken ship. Send a team to examine. 2 trophies. Additional equipment and a closer position allow the team to understand part of what's happening. The portal seems to resemble the gate devices used by the Eldari and Drukhari, only made of a different material. The metallic shine of the ring alternates with the darkness of the large blocks of stone, reminiscent of the material that makes up the famous Cadian pylons. Lore Xenos success. Analysis of the wave signatures indicates that the construct once used parts of the webway, the Eldari system of pathways. However, in its current condition, the portal is not fit for transporting vessels. It is unstable and often begins unleashing dangerous cosmic objects. Instead of transports, the gate spews forth dark light waves and deadly breaths of incandescent gas, the latter taken from a star's photosphere. Bodie McBoatface gained novelty. During the next combat, your flagship's evasion increased by 15% against Necrons. It is hard to believe that the civilization capable of creating a device as powerful as this could have undergone such a decline. Leo Rose says, I'm going to Atlanta, Georgia next month. Hey, that's like an hour away from me. For a Magic the Gathering con. Might be spending more than 4K though. You wailing? The augurs reveal 2 Xenos ships hurtling through clouds of cosmic dust. A message is coming from one of the alien vessels on an encrypted Vox frequency used by the Von Valancia's dynasty. According to the transmission, Lady Theodora's people are aboard the Xenos ship. Give me a report on the enemy. The augurs are spotting more and more Xenos vessels, but most of them are in a strange state of dormancy. Are they asleep? Dead? Cautiousness dictates not to test this hypothesis. Thankfully, the nebulae in the system could allow the Dynasty flagship to evade danger. To battle. Good morning. What's up, Nintendo? Alright. Where are we at? What does the fog do? Minus speed, minus hit chance, minus range, plus evasion. Okay.
Lance!
Excuse me? It said I was gonna be in range.
Unleash our fury!
Man, maybe I should just stop using the interceptors when fighting these and just use torpedoes. Oh wow, there's 3 more coming from over there.
Engage the lads! Lance! Launch the devastating payload! Set course!
Ah, can't reach. Okay. So this might miss because of the gas cloud thing that they're in.
Lance! Engage the macro
Ooh,
cannons!
that was some good hits. Detonate those torpedoes. That's a kill. Muk, do you freak out at spiders? No. Like, if I saw one that had, like, you know, the famous red hourglass on its back, I'd be a bit nervous, right? But in general, no. So, here's the thing. I live in Georgia, as I've mentioned. There is... I mean, I don't want to say a lot of spiders, but I would say nearly any spider you see here is not venomous. So, like, if it's bugging you, you could just, like, pick it up and just freaking throw it. Now, I don't go outside much, so it's been a long time since I've actually had any interaction with spiders, but for the most part, you can just pick them up and eat the things and just be like, get out of my way.
The destination
Where's the extend
is
range
Rome.
thing? This guy.
Engage the lads! Throw them in the void!
Oh, that's a big one. Shroud class light cruiser. Yeah, the Heartless is doing a lot of damage.
Lads! Engage the lads! Set course!
Hmm. Hmm. Reinforce the left shields. Party potato, sure. Yeah, I'm glad I've got these little escort ships. They were helping a lot. Oh, dang, it lived?
Commence torpedo launch. Unleash our fury. Lance. The destination is known.
God, they're all regenerating.
Engage the lance.
What happened to the boarding parties? Dude, I don't know. The button has been grayed out the whole battle. It hasn't given me the option of using it. Even though this is my second playthrough of this game, I do not understand the system. There's a purple bar under it. It fills up really slowly, and you can't use that power except when the bar is filled up. And I don't know if it's just turns in combat or what. I don't know what that is. Dude, they're regenerating so much. Wow, those did not do a lot.
Engage the lance. Unleash our fury.
Okay, it's reanimated, so it should be, like, starting to fall apart now.
Sail upon the seas of void.
It's one.
Set course. Commence the symphony of macro cannons. Lance.
Alright, so that one's falling apart, so I'm trying to focus more damage on that one right now.
Launch the devastating payload. Unleash
Dude,
our
this thing is full
fury.
health again!
Engage the lance.
Empyrean Storm hasn't recharged in ages either.
Initiate macro cannon barrage. Engage the macro cannons. Sail upon the seas of void.
I don't know why, but that one finally died.
destination is known. Lance! Drown them in the void.
Oh, I can finally use boarding parties again. First time this battle. Alright, so that thing's in reanimation mode now. And then there's still this one over here the Heartless has been chasing.
Unleash our fury! Engage the lance! Commence the symphony of macro cannons!
This is another one there. What is that buff on it? Sleeping. The Necrons are sleeping, they remain inactive until woken. Oh, okay. Okay.
Set course. Lance!
Knock knock, wake up!
Unleash our fury. Launch the devastating payload.
World's most violent alarm clock. Alright. Yeah, it said one ship remaining, and I saw this one. I thought this was the one ship remaining, and now it says two. So I guess the sleeping ones don't count. I could have ignored this.
Void Master, if you please. Lance!
Alright, that one's
Sail upon the
reanimating.
seas of void.
So where is the other one? It's up that way. Just chilling way up there?
Void Master, if you please.
Second spoiler of the day, Muck reads stories in funny voice. I mean, when it seems like it's the right thing to do.
Set course! The destination is known.
Alright, boarding parties. Start some fires on their ship. Alright, that one was the one that we pushed into the reanimation protocol.
Unleash our fury. Engage the lance.
Okay.
Sail upon the
Dude, this
seas of
definitely
void.
felt like an endgame fight. Like all these ships constantly regenerating and coming back to life.
Initiate macro cannon barrage. The destination is known.
No one can outmaneuver House Orcelio.
Death spheres and living metal specimens. The Xenos are defeated and your men board the enemy ship, cutting their way through the bulkheads to the source of the signal. They find the decayed remains of a Von Valancius boarding party. One of the corpses is clutching a Voxcaster, sending the voices of the dead out into the void. All of them fell many decades ago. A data slate and a weapon that belonged to the commander of the boarding party were recovered from the dead men's belongings. The words "hope is poison, kill it, and death becomes easy and desirable" were scratched into the stock. Heavy Enforcer autocannon. Two-handed ranged heavy weaponry. I don't know that I have seen even this weapon type in this game up to this point. Study the contents of the data slate. You find a single order given by Lady Theodora. The boarding party was commanded to infiltrate the Xenos vessel and hold off the enemy until the Dynasty flagship withdraws to a safe distance. Bring the remains to the flagship and give them proper burial in the crypt. A prayer service for the fallen is broadcasted throughout the flagship. In the following days, people line up to honor the martyrs in the ship's chapels. Repair the hull. Evening, hey, X4. Alright, nothing there. Okay. Alright. Next world. I love it. I like giving silly spoilers, so you will know if you see my names and I say spoiler, it has nothing to do with your current game. Okay. Evening, Mike. Hey, Mr. Matty Man. Reports are coming in from the Navigator Sanctum regarding the appearance of a warp storm along the void ship's course. The ship can go around the perilous region, but the ceremonious voxcasts from the Sanctum are tinged with strange inflections, as if for some reason the Navigator desperately wants to approach the raging warp elements. Avoid the dangerous region. Chart new routes. Chat. I just remember something stupid. The other night, we were having dinner, and my son goes, Dad, who's your favorite celebrity? And I was like, I don't think I have one. And he's like, is it Mr. Beast? And I was like, no, he's fine. He's not like a favorite or anything like that. And he goes, Mom, who's your favorite celebrity? And I said, me. And at the same time, she goes, Taylor Swift. And we just look at each other, and I was like, well. And she goes, oh, well, no, it's not like, and I'm like, no, it's too late. It's too late. And I looked at Gabe, and I'm like, yeah, she's the Swiftie, not a Lucky. And she's like, oh, that's good. You should call your community the Luckies. You should use that. And I'm like, don't change the topic. That's it. That's the story. That happened last night. What is this? Under thin clouds, as if shredded by a careless blade, sway vast steppes of carpeted by pale gold deadwood. The road trader's attentive eye distinguishes a region among the endless grasses that does not fit into the general landscape. The scouts from the shuttle see signs of intelligent life. Judging by the trampled soil and tent frames, someone made camp here. Distant silhouettes form a tangle of paths and obstacles, a maze. The outer walls are supplemented by a multitude of spikes and blades and decorated with scraps of leather and withered crucified prisoners. It does not take an expert in xenoculture to reason that Drukhari have been here. Send out a squad of scouts to search the scamp. Send out a squad of scouts to search the scamp. As they combed over the tracks left around the Drukhari structures, the scouts find items of Imperium make. Blood-soaked clothes, an Aquila patch, and a data slate cracked in half. Gothic letters and the symbol of the Inquisition are frozen on its bottom half. The sentence fragments make up part of an exploration report. The servants of Von Valancius find a rough illustration of the camp in the pocket of a filthy coat. On it are marked two locations. The first is shown with a sword and highlights the area where the items were found. The other is a skull and points to a patch of ground by the maze. Perception 100. Find out what is the place marked by the skull. Success. The scouts carefully inspect every piece of land in the marked area and discover a camouflaged pit studded with strong, thin needles. In a niche sunk into the wall of the trap glitters a volumetric flask with an ugly creature that looks like several
Don't
brains
worry,
stuck
Muck.
together.
We prefer you over Taylor Swift, I think. Long live the Luckies.
I certainly have a much smaller carbon footprint. Thank you, Novellian. Oh gosh, and so the Luckies were born. Analyze the nature of the creature. The Rogue Trader's people recognizes the grotesque figure as a Drakari Medusa, a parasite capable of registering emotions and transferring them to its masters. This thing was left here as the equivalent of a pict recorder, collecting the suffering of the Drakari's victims. Destroy the abomination. The flask explodes into shrapnel fragments under a salvo from the scouts' rifles. The remaining liquid is collected into several test tubes to be examined in the ship's laboratorium and put to good use or destroyed on the orders of the Rogue Trader. You receive 3 pain blockers. Yay, drugs! Continue exploring. Deep prints belonging to landing legs and a ladder are visible in the grass behind the maze. The relative positions of the recesses correspond to the design of an Imperial shuttle. When the Von Valencia scouts approach, they find a wax seal bearing the symbol of the Inquisition and a monogram formed from the letters XC. An officer voices the proposition that the initials correspond to the name of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. Awareness. Search for other objects in the grass. Success. A segment of the dry grass a few meters in front of the prints from the ladder has been cut as if scythed. Among the chopped stems lies a piece of Drakari trophy, a flap of dark skin stretched out by thin chains. Most of it is covered by a tattoo, a silhouette of a storm or tornado, and a black symbol composed of curved lines and sharp blades. You received a master-crafted Hecatari blade and Last Stand. It's a shield. While the wielder has less than 4 traumas and an adjacent ally still in combat, the wielder's wounds cannot drop below 1. Each instance of lethal damage inflicts a random trauma instead. Huh. That's interesting. Burn away the remaining traces of Xenos' presence. The predatory structures do not burn easily, and it takes a long time for them to heat up. When the flames finally gather strength, turquoise explosions flash amid the yellow-orange flames. Whatever was down there was dangerous. Acquired cargo fuel. How did I acquire fuel from starting a fire? Wouldn't I have lost fuel? I'm partial to muckalites myself. And to think y'all were once the denizens. Lord Captain, there was an incident on the flight deck. The planet was discovered, we discovered is located at the coordinates of interest to the Honorable Ulfar, Angel of the Emperor. The moment he learned of this, he chose to abandon ship. He ordered a shuttle to be provided him and directed it to the world before us. We do not know where exactly he wishes to go, but the augurs have tracked the shuttle to its landing site. Why have I not been notified of his actions right away? He forbade it, and the enforcers did not dare to defy an Angel of the Emperor. I am very sorry. I see. I apologize for having to bring you this troubling news, Lord Captain. So that means he cannot be in my squad for whatever is going to happen down here. A scouting party led by the Rogue Trader himself makes planetfall in the frozen world. The shuttle on which Ulfar Thunderlung departed the ship has been designated the starting point for the search. Said shuttle is found at the landing site intact and undamaged. Examine the stolen shuttle. The machine spirit is in fine form and is ready to ascend from the world's surface. No clues have been found as to Ulfar Thunderlung's intended destination, but a keen-eyed scout sights several disturbed snowdrifts that may indicate the route taken by the Space Wolf. Scout out the area. The scouts discover numerous structures, burial grounds, and obelisks of the Xeno race that once ruled these star systems, all of which are now encased in ice and solemn sepulchral stillness. No signs of activity by potentially hostile Xenos have been detected. Follow the trail. The group bravely ventures onward into the realm of blinding white and crackling frost. The sky is soon blanketed with snow clouds that block out the star's light. The wind, howling like a pack of hungry spirits, sweeps away all tracks and whips up a furious storm. Awareness success. The path is full of dangers. A treacherous crevasse, hidden under the snow's crust, suddenly opens wide underneath the enforcer's feet. It is only the vigilance of the Lord Captain and his companions who hear the telltale crack in time that saves the soldiers from certain death. A few hours later, the expedition comes to a plateau. Rising up ahead is the dark hull of an Imperial trading vessel that once landed on the world's surface. Send scouts to survey the area. The Enforcers search the area and return without finding anything of interest. Not all of them return, in fact. Several seem to have lost their way and fail to make it back to the ship. The escalating storm sweeps over the group as if trying to bury them in darkness, snow, and obliterating whirlwinds. Investigate the ship. Actually, take shelter in the ship and set up camp. The bone-weary soldiers welcome the chance to rest. Watchful sentries stand guard while their more fortunate comrades stuff themselves with now frozen rations of the ship's vanished crew. Corral's success. The temperature inexorably plummets, but the brave enforcers, following the Lord Captain's example, staunchly endure the trial and do not lose heart. One of the sentries delivers an anxious report to the Lord Captain. He has seen a massive shadow in the darkness, and it was definitely not Ulfar Thunderlong. Light a brighter fire. Barrels of frozen promethium are dragged outside. The frozen fuel reluctantly succumbs to the heat of the thermal cutters, and the fires kindle around the ship. Even this is not enough to dispel the snowy darkness, but the people are buoyed up by the additional light and warmth. A messenger rushes to the Lord Captain to report that one of the sentries is missing. Large tracks have been found near the sentry's post, as well as a few drops of blood. Hide in the ship's compartments. The sentries are brought inside and the fire extinguished. Silence reigns in the ship. The frightened people do not move a muscle, afraid to give themselves away by so much as a whisper. A terrible rumbling cuts through the roar of the storm, the clash and clamor of battle. It is followed by a furious, agonized scream. Send the party toward the sounds of battle as soon as possible.
Long live the rogue trader.
Tied together with ropes and bolstering each other with battle cries, the enforcers rush toward the battle in human chains. Unable to see anything ahead in the darkness and swirling snow, they blindly stride toward the source of the battle's monstrous thunder. So this is not using my team's dice rolls, it's only using my own, and I have 0 for that. Take up positions and wait. The clamor of battle quickly dies down, and the soldiers warily creep forward where a gruesome discovery is revealed to their eyes. Ulfar has been found lying in the blood-soaked snow. There are signs of a terrible battle all around, and the Space Wolf's body is covered in grievous wounds. The expedition healer doubts that even an Angel of the Emperor will last long with such injuries. With great care, they incinate the body of Ulfar Thunderlong is... Wait, the insensate? I don't know that word. The insensate body of Ulfar Thunderlong is borne to the shuttles and, wasting no time, brought back to the ship for urgent treatment. Despite the healer's prognosis, the Space Wolf's spirit clings on as he drags himself out of Mordecai's jaws. Okay, I wonder, can I talk to him now? Let's go to the bridge. Not my Space Marine. Bluebelt, you sound like people after that last election. Hashtag not my Space Marine. Hey there, Rose bought your funniest or a voodoo doll. Nice. Now, I fear what he's gonna do with it. I'm hoping nothing involving jars or flames, but knowing him, probably one of them. Where is Ulfar? Is he here? Hang on. Inquire of the Vox Master about Ulfar. How is Ulfar? Has he regained consciousness? He is feeling better, Lord Captain. The ship's chirurgeon was amazed at his resilience. The esteemed Lord Ulfar is currently convalescing in his chambers. Have a servant escort me to Ulfar's quarters. I don't know if I've ever seen this. I think last time he was not in my main party at the end, so I don't know if I've ever seen this, but... These are your quarters? Bruh. Oh my god, dude, look at the windows and everything. Oh my god, I bet this place sells for a crazy amount. He has people that just stand around and worship him. Ulfar's dark figure towers over you. His head is lowered, his hair hanging in a curtain across his face. His fair skin is cross-hatched with broad crimson scars held together by metal staples and covered with black spiked runes for physical healing. Could an ordinary mortal have survived such injuries? Unlikely. With a twitch of his fingers, Ulfar bids the two servants and attendants to step away so as not to intrude on your conversation. They silently retreat. Eit veter, I must thank you for saving me. I had a difficult battle. I am glad you survived, Ulfar. I always survive. Why did you decide to go to that world alone? After a few moments of silence, Ulfar says quietly, so I did not have to bury your body in the snow, Eit veter. It is not out of arrogance that wolves do not allow mortals into our affairs, but because the burden of those deeds is heavy and they reek of death. Just consider what kind of threat you could have been facing, in a place where an entire pack of Astartes disappeared. If I had risked you for the sake of fulfilling my vows, would that have been worthy of me? I appreciate your concern. Ulfar heaves a sigh which seems to hang in the air between you. You and I are different. Your way is to rule and build, mine is to destroy and chase down prey. Such is the Allfather's plan, and in that plan, my death on the battlefield is an expected and joyous event, while your death would be premature, sorrowful, and damaging to many other lives. Did you find any trace of your brothers? The vessel I found, the revelation granted, that was them. Inside there were signs that Wolf scouts leave for their brothers. The baleful howl landed the ship on the surface and left, and the rest of the crew disappeared. I followed my brother's trail until an unknown foe blocked my path and battle ensued. What foe is capable of besting you in combat? Your wounds were truly terrifying. An evil spirit. It attacked me from behind and wounded me instantly. Ulfar points to a particularly gruesome scar on his chest, the strike clearly intended for one of the Space Wolf's two hearts. The wound gives off a strong medicinal smell, but it is not one you recognize. Probably a Fenrisian balm brewed by Ulfar himself. Your healers would faint after one whiff of such a potion. The snow covered my eyes, and I could only make out a shadow, but it moved fast and it was strong. If the Allfather's gift had not knitted my ribs into a hard carapace, that blow would have been my last. The wolf says these words with chilling nonchalance. Okay, I'm learning a bit more about marine physiology here. There's no space between their ribs. It's just like a solid mass. I see. Ulfar nods in agreement, his face grim. You are not your usual self. You seem more somber. By bitter paths come wisdom, in wake of bloody losses, and shattered dreams. Heavy thoughts weighing on its broad shoulders, it enters unbidden, and takes a seat by your hearth. Have you been thinking about your life? About the future? Have you ever wondered what it means to be an Astartes? To know no other family but your brothers in battle? To know no other feast but the joy of slaying your enemies and extolling your fallen comrades. To know that with certainty that your death will be terrible, brutal, and agonizing, for time holds no sway over us, and no warrior of the Allfather has ever breathed his last in a soft bed. Death holds no fear for us, Eit veter. We have been eating at the same table since day one. Do you still believe you will find your brothers? I will find them. Ulfar clenches his fist. Probably not alive, but I will find them. Thank you for your answers. You have a right to them. Look around the chamber. I am pleased that my servants found a fitting shrine for your armor. The splendor and monumentality of the chamber befits the solemnity of the sacrament unfolding within. As if performing an intricate dance, the servants of the Omnissiah move in time with the murmuring of mechanisms, circling the massive space wolf while he stands utterly still. The scent of sacred incense fills the air, giving the sense that one is witnessing a great ritual. And Astartes needs very little. A cell and a table where I can perform the purifying rite on my weapon, that is all I require. But to keep the armor bestowed upon me by the Allfather in some shabby cubicle would be sacrilege. This chamber will do well for the vesting ceremony. There is good plasteel beneath the rich decoration and gilding. Yes, I am satisfied. What are the servants doing? It is time for me to don my skin again. Ulfar shrugs wearily, his body giving off heat and animal scent. One of the servants opens a casket containing contact unguent. It will be used to anoint each of the black carapace's neural ports marring the wolf's skin. The sacred augmentation seamlessly fuses Ulfar's body with his armor and every fiber bundle of it. What will you do now? I must return. My foe awaits me, and it would be dishonorable to retreat from this battle, but I will need help in the fighting. You can count on me. I know, Epitaph. Ulfar nods to the servants, and in low voices they began a guttural prayer. Shadows leap across the walls, twisting together in a majestic and savage dance. In the flickering candlelight, the sacred rite is performed. The angel of the Emperor is clothed in the armor of unwavering faith and his wrath. If any... Hang on a sec, let me see if I can find it. 140k... Marine suiting up cinematic. See if I can find it. Is this the one?
Accept these burdens. No.
Yeah. There's a video on YouTube of a space marine getting suited up. And it is really freaking cool. Like, I don't want to play the whole thing because, like, DMCA and stuff like that. I'm going to link it in the chat if any of you haven't seen it. It's a really cool video. And that's kind of what they're alluding to right now. Ulfar, standing on a dais beneath the gilded vaults, resembles a cast metal statue of a space marine as seen adorning many temples. All that is missing is the armor. Sensing a task is not yet complete, mechadendrite tentacles descend from the ceiling toward the wolf, preparing to begin the sacrament of vesting. The skin of the wild beast conjures up images of a bloody battle between the one who now wears it and the creature from whom it was taken. Oh, it's his cape. The backpack is the repository of the mighty machine spirit that supplies the Space Marine's armor with motive force. Its efforts ensure that the heavy armor does not burden the wearer, but rather multiplies his strength and endurance 100-fold. The resplendent armor of the Emperor's Angel, which has seen more than one battle and taken more than one ferocious blow in its centuries of service. Copper Tongue is here, what? That's Jay's Servo Skull Swarm. I don't know why that's here. Okay. Let's see if we can go back down to the planet with him now and actually fight by his side against whatever that thing was. Actually, hang on a sec. Before we do that... move this. Where is Jay? That's what I wanted. Alright, let's see what they got. Hello, Space Marines!
Genius triumphs.
Let's see. Adeptus Astartes Sword. Virtuous Vindication. One-handed Melta.
Applaud my brilliance.
The bodies of uniformed Imperial scouts have been scattered around a detonated mine.
Amidst the madness.
The scouts discovered Ulfar's lifeless body here.
Hunt brothers, take heed.
The Vizier.
I see some Necron stuff. The tracks of the mysterious enemy that defeated the Space Wolf have almost been hidden by the snow. I genuinely don't know what it was that he fought. I'm wondering if it's going to be one of those big Necron things with like 4 legs. I've seen cinematics of Space Marine struggling with a Necron that had 4 legs. It was this
I
really
do what
big
I
thing.
must.
In this tapestry
Oh
of a
no,
world,
there's dead soldiers.
I am the rogue thread.
Yeah, I want to see if I can, hang on a sec. What one was it? Is that it? No, that's not it. Deathmark. Is this the one? Hang on.
Suffering is our in battle.
Wait, who is that voice?
Faith is our armor.
Is that Minthara from Baldur's Gate?
In battle, he offers us redemption.
That sounds like Minthara.
And for those who prove worthy, the Emperor sends forth his angels.
Yeah. That big Necron thing with the 4 legs, that's what I was thinking of. Anyway, I wonder if that was the same voice actress. That did sound like her. You know the VA has a name, right, Mr. Streamer? Yeah, but I don't know her name. My brothers. Red brows furrowed in anguish, Ulfar bows down over the bodies cased in ceramite and adamantine. Once again, fate has barred me from traveling to the hall of the Allfather with my brothers. Look around. The snow-covered battlefield reveals little, but it is clear that the wolves gave furious battle one last time. The rocks are pitted from bolter strikes, and here and there you see scorch marks left by plasma charges. Who are they fighting? I smell no corruption on their bodies, and I see no traces of Xenos weapons. I think they did battle with humans here. What do you think they were looking for here? I do not know what they were seeking, but they certainly found someone here, otherwise this crime would not have been committed. I am sorry they died. Do not be sorry, Epilogue. They died with honor, as the Allfather's warriors should. In the halls of Kjalhalla, their horns will be full to the brim with Hidi Mjod. Ulfar gnashes his teeth in anguish. Heaving in a breath, Ulfar mutters, I sense evil in their deaths. The souls of the baleful Howl are not at rest, but remain here on the battlefield. They are not with the Allfather. I must escort them to him. Will you bear witness to the last honor given to my brothers? Let's see. Hold on. Time out. Bojack says, hey, Muk, I've been running around Guild Wars 2 a lot recently having fun. I noticed 2 strange things I figured you might find interesting. 1, there's a lot of new players around. 2, if you run around on your ground mount instead of sky scale, you meet a lot of new players, far more than a normal thanks to the content. Thank you for the feedback, Bojack. I'm glad you're enjoying Guild Wars 2. I shall bear witness to their final honor. Ulfar produces a knife inscribed with scarlet runes. Picking up a rock from the ground, he begins to scratch the rock's sharp edge across the blade, etching a name. His powerful voice rumbles. Hear now the saga of the baleful Howl Pact. Proud warriors of Fenris. Vilka Fenrika. The verses weave together, recounting the deeds of each of Ulfar's dead brothers. With incredible precision in every detail, the wolf lists the accomplishments of his comrades, the enemies they slew, and the sacrifices they made. The saga continues at length, and the relentless rhythm sends you into a trance. With a grinding screech, the rock is drawn across the knife blade again and again, inscribing one name after another. On the cold world they gave battle, the Pack's fierce name never disgracing. So ends the saga of the baleful Howl, and the void thunders with echo unending. Fenris Hilda. Ulfar is silent for a long time. The etched knife blade slices across his huge palm, and scarlet drops paint the snow. His weary voice rasps. Hear my oath, Allfather. Jelga Thrura... Wait, what? Is it? He has giant gloves on right now. With his bloodied hand, the wolf removes the rune-covered horn from his belt, and from a flask pours something dark and sharp-smelling into it. Let us drink to my brother's age, Vitair, then we will build the pyre. Accept the horn and sip. Feast well, wolves. Oh my god, what did I drink? The astringent liquid burns your throat, and a fog immediately descends over your vision. The sky darkens, and the rising wind whistles in your ears. Though it comes from the high-pitched cawing of a bird, Ulfar nods approvingly. It is a sign. Fate walks beside us. Skull! Taking back his horn, the wolf takes a mighty swallow of the stuff. Majestic shadows rise in the snowy haze around you. The figures of warriors clad in indestructible armor, bearing an emblem of 2 black fangs piercing the yellow of the sun. They are looking at you. The brothers bear witness, which means it is time for us to meet my last comrade. What comrade? There is one missing among the dead, and now I know who I was fighting before. It was Brother Ignilf. Okay, hold on. So I've heard from others that sometimes some Space Marines will turn into these big wolf monsters. And these guys are very wolf-themed. Maybe that's what happened? One of them turned into like a wolf monster and took down the rest of the group? What happened to this Ignilf? He went mad with grief over the bodies of his brothers, and the curse of the Wolfen prevailed over his valiant heart. He became a beast. Oh, wait, okay, so he didn't attack them. He just did that out of grief. Is he dangerous? Will you be able to reason with him? There is no reasoning with one who only knows the black bitterness of hatred. The curse of the Wolfen is not only our bane, but also our shield against temptation. When intolerable thoughts take shelter in a wolf's mind, the curse comes and drives them out, dousing them with the waters of anger. You cannot reason with a Wolfen or deceive him or entice him. That is our bloody talisman against evil. What are we going to do with him? Corruption is washed away by blood. We will cleanse his spirit, as there is no hope for his body now. None return from the curse's embrace. Kalkazar once encountered another of my brothers who had also become a Wolfen. Kalkazar captured him and brought him to Fenris. That is the debt we came here to pay. But we have no way of doing what Kalkazar did, so we will have to grant Brother Ignilf peace. Let's see. I've been playing since launch, playing Guild Wars 2 since launch. I just had to share what's been happening as I've had so many players that need help. Oh, that's awesome. It's something that happens to Space Wolves, but not all Space Marines. Secret Shame of Fenris. I see. The Moon Wolf raises its head and howls. Then it turns its wise, piercing gaze on you, and blood rains down from its snow-white fangs onto the frozen world. Where do you intend to look for him? A toothy grin is the only response you receive. You see fangs lengthening before your eyes. Is it Ulfar laughing at you, or the feral moon suspended in the sky? The fog clouding your mind grows thicker. He will come. Let's do it. Ulfar lets out a belligerent howl, whipping up snow drifts into frightened whirlwinds. You hear a terrible crackling sound. Someone's feet, no, paws, are breaking through the crust of snow on the ground. The beast now comes, and its cruel howl awakens the fallen warriors of Fenris. Fenris thirsts for vengeance. Whoa. Wait, what? We're fighting, okay. We're fighting your dead bros first? Eagle-eyed Ghost Wolf, Iceblade Ghost Wolf. New music, too.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
this a job for the serfs?
Me?
If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Do not dare ask.
I am the wind that howls.
Too bad I never
Oh.
really get that case.
We have one down.
Okay, Jay's down. She never got a turn.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. As the tenets demand, the shadows will see it done. As honor.
Splat!
Trust me. I will leave footprints of scarlet.
I hunger for battle. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. See how the wolves reign.
Step by step I lead. A genius at work. I am powerless to act. A wicked thought.
Yes.
Let's see.
What? The dog should have attacked there. What the heck? That still doesn't reach
I
everyone.
won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. For the throne's glory.
Me?
Curse again.
If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument. Not hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. So it shall be. No challenge is too great.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Plasma, they're all dodging. It's moving us everywhere though.
Horus and the All-Father.
As the tenets demand, the shadows will see it done, as honor ordains. Trust my hand, the other side awaits.
Okay, that one's done.
Brothers. Come die in disgrace. The fame-hungry cow, so it shall be. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument. I will carve runes out of your bones.
Oh, is that what a Wolfen looks like? It's crazy. My verses you will hear, glorious brothers, of how the paths of Ulfar called Thunderlung from the first, and the last wolf of the baleful howl were intertwined. Over his brother's cold bodies standing, Ulfar the hard-armed proclaimed, to the sky their glorious sagas, and his last homage paid. To those proud warriors proud as his witness taking, his companion of the line von Valancius, the blizzard was raging, and the wind furiously howling as under the terrible clawed paw, the snow crunched, and in the dead light of a moon, strange to human eyes, a beast, long fur bristling, of death reeking, into the circle stepped. His retinue to his aid the rogue trader called. But the cry was drowned out by the harsh elements roaring, magic with snow whirling, and a dance intertwining, for the beasts left a bloody reaping of only two. Okay, so it's just me and Ulfar, that's it. The Allfather's call to summon to battle against the beast. You did not fear to meet me, perfidious spirit, who the name Doppelgrendel claims. I see you have not learned from the last battle, though you paid for it with gouged eye. So spoke Ulfar Thunderlong, and the beast replied, of your spoils you boasted to the priests in vain, Ulfar Everlost. My body alone you wounded, but I your spirit maimed, and your word crippled. Wait, so this guy is sane enough to make poetry back? Then came the turn of the Eidveter to speak. I mean, if he is sane enough to do poetry, I feel like we could talk this out. And turn the two wolves away from the empty shedding of blood. But it is not given to us to change fate's weaving. The children of Fenris hungered for mortal combat. Mortal combat! Do-do-do-do-do-do. Enough words had been spoken. The power of words spewed from the beast's mouth grinning, the cry of the wild hunt and the embittered souls hearkened. Out of snow and wind wolf bodies were woven, for the warriors who died in unclean death, the unavenged, evil never forgetting. Their ice fangs gnashing, they approached, into the roiling sky howling. The first brother by Ulfar was vanquished. Toughness. With the second he clashed the Eidveter as his shield. Then, with laugh booming, the heavens were split by the formidable Ulfar, his battle friends guarding. With a mighty wrench, the wolf's jaws he tore, opening them wide, the evil charms banishing. With dignity was met each brutal strike, and with savagery was slain each deadly foe. The pack was defeated. But the beast was not yet vanquished. Roaring his body, he threw into the fray, like a mighty spear thrust, howling his claws cut through the adamantine. The warriors fought, a river of blood spilling, Ulfar Thunderlung his battle song singing, the black curse his vicious rival echoing, the warriors were clashing when the cunning Eidveter... Hold on, I'm looking at this artwork for a second. There's like two wolves in the background against the sky. He's like, I'm gonna claw you. He's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Athletics. Stepped back to his ally, granting breadth to strike. Ulfar held no fear that a strike broadly sweeping his ally would catch in a glancing blow. He fought mercilessly, his heavy swing scribing scarlet runes upon the snow. To his knees the beast fell, and suddenly about his grey lips a smile played of guile and fear. Upon the Eidveter fell the wolf's fiery gaze. By the power of icy Fenris, I do curse you. If you look into the past, you shall see only deceit. If you look into the future, you shall see only treachery. The false friend's dagger shall open your breast, the arrow of deceit's wrought shall pierce your back. So spoke the spirit, born in the sorrow. The Eidveter cursing, and then the bloody wound the Eidveter spied. His breast was cut, his heart was quiet, the Eidveter's death had caught him unawares. The only one that's 100% is my corrals. The sweet Mjod my mind has fogged, said the Eidveter. Corral succeeded, and like a veil that clouds the gaze, the vision slips away. So am I not wounded? Glory to brave hearts that fear not death. In its death rasp, the Doppelgrendel answered, Brother, we were doomed not by the arch-enemy's followers, nor by the despicable inhumans who did not touch our armor, nor with dark sorcery did the malefics defeat us. No, it was the humans, who oaths of friendship swore that plunged the blade into our back. Their treacherous plot and malice hatched. Said the spirit, and then it fell silent forever, the noble wolf's body fleeing, and peace to it bestowing. I can't tell. Does he turn back to normal, or is he still like a dead wolf guy? The pair stood together over the prostrate body, the body not of a beast, but of a brave fallen brother. The fearsome Ulfar declared an oath of vengeance, and the mighty wolves to Kialhalla went charging. They went knowing that from their betrayers 3 times the blood price would be exacted, and the Eidveter also his peace spoke. Oh, look at this. So there's the dead one, there's Ulfar, and like there's all his bros, like Mufasa in the sky. Who killed your brothers? From this day forth, who is our foe? The traitor's name for now remains unknown, but in the darkness I will find him and have my vengeance, so answered Thunderlong. And the Eight Vater also spoke his piece. Now the last of the pack remains, Ulfar, the Avenger. For the cursed wolf there is no other path but to be the hand that punishment metes out. To his brother's slayers the fires of their hearts by death are generously doused, but I, cooled forever, always endure. So Ulfar's mighty word was spoken, a proud funeral dirge was sung, his brother's weary body, cursed by grief, from his carapace was freed and laid upon the pyre. The old spinners weave the weird thread cruelly, no inquiries or entreaties accepting. Ulfar Thunderlong cast his gaze, and clearly he beheld the end of his trail. And so ended the saga of the baleful Howl. May the Blackmane guide them to Kjalhalla. Only one was not claimed by Morkai the Dark-Hearted. Ulfar Thunderlong stood stalwart from the ground. Too stubborn for death was this rebellious wolf, too hot to be seized by the chill of the grave. His brothers praising, he raised his deadly axe. Fenris stands, so there will many yet to slay. Glory to the fierce wolf, son of Fenris. Let us remember, brothers, the baleful Howl, daring hunters, fierce fighters, and troublemakers without equal. Let us glorify their exploits and glorify their fall. With honor have these wolves gone to Kjalhalla. Let us remember the mighty brother Ulfar, who did not abandon his pack in the snowy wastes. Let us remember the traitor of the Von Valancius line, he whose name is known and honored on Fenris. Let us raise our cups and cry into the face of Hellwinter's gale, Father, we still live. Fenris Hjelda. Okay. Is that the end of his thing? I'm gonna go back to the bridge and try to talk to Ulfar and see if there's anything more or if that's the end of his story. As I'm trying to think, because they said they were betrayed by humans, I'm thinking what humans... like, dude, Space Marines are so freaking tough. Like, what kind of little trap could humans set up there that are going to freaking take them out?
Vater, it is good to see you. I swear that your name will not be forgotten when I return to Fenris and sing my saga.
I saw strange things during the battle. Was it a mirage or warp influence?
Dreams brought on by Mjord mixed with reality and the spells of the Doppelgrendel. How can I say what was true and what was a mirage? Were we fighting against a spirit or against my deranged brother? Did the ghosts of the fallen rise up beside us to weigh our valor on the scales of honor? Or did the drug make us do battle with the wind? It is all true, Edvater. Or perhaps none of it was. The people of Fenris have long known how thin is the line between what is real and what is legend. And we were in a legend.
What will you do now, last of your pack?
The pack is no more. I could become a lone wolf, an avenger of the fallen. But my heart yearns for something else. I have missed the company of the warriors of Fenris. When we finish your business here, I will seek out Thorvald Ironhide and accept his generous offer. I will bind myself by ties of blood brotherhood to the Stormbiters. My duty to the Allfather is not yet fulfilled.
You have fulfilled your duty. I congratulate you.
I could not have done it without you, Edvater. Know that, now and always, you will have friends on Fenris. Fenris Yoda.
Okay. That definitely had an air of finality about it. Okay. Let's see. Gain 1 additional AP at the 20th exemplar rank. Oh, yes, an easy level up. Hell yeah. Huh, I wonder if I just hit max level. Because notice this, this circle around the word exemplar is complete after this level up. Oh, not him. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. No, don't need that. Enemy ships. I now know a bit more about him. I need to focus fire on just one up until it goes into reanimation thing before I start shooting something else, otherwise it's just going to regenerate.
I can see crimson lights in the void.
Okay. And we already know that our little fighters do like no damage to these. I'm guessing it's like an armor class thing. Swing run to turn around. Okay, that one's reanimating. Extend range and work on that one. Doesn't quite reach. Oh, now it does.
Let the macro cannons sing their twisted song. Engage the lads. Launch the devastating payload. Void Master, if you please.
Okay. Both of the little ships are decaying. If that's the right word.
Sail upon the seas of void.
Oh! One of my escort ships got destroyed.
Unleash our fury. Engage the lads. The destination is known. Commence torpedo launch.
I'll save that. Oh my god! And suddenly I'm at 1 hit point. Okay.
Void Master, if you please.
Oh my god, he killed the Heartless too. Alright, well, that thing should, like, burn to death, I think, on the next turn, so... just keep running. Suddenly, danger! Dang, okay. Alright, repair the hull. Alright, what's on this planet they were defending? A puzzled augur operator reports that an expeditionary shuttle belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty was detected on the planet's surface. Furthermore, according to its markings, it is assigned to your vessel. The operator also states that the entrance to a system of tunnels was spotted next to the shuttle. Request a full report on the shuttle. In the registry, the expeditionary shuttle number 712 has been designated as irretrievably lost for many years. Information about the circumstances of its disappearance is suspiciously sparse, as if someone deliberately erased it. From the crumbs of information that remain, you gather that it was sent to explore some object on an unknown world on the order of the Lord Captain Theodora and never return. Explore the tunnels. After disembarking, you notice that the shuttle is buried halfway in sand, and the Von Valancius coat of arms is practically erased from its side. This shuttle has clearly been there for a very long time. Next to the shuttle, you find crates of archaeological equipment on which you could just barely make out the emblem of the Explorators. Most of these crates are lying next to massive black doors of Xenos origin, the entrance to the tunnels. The descent into the depths takes several hours. You make your way through cramped corridors giving way to huge black hulls where a dim emerald glow from no discernible source brings forth the silhouettes of abandoned equipment by tech priests. The suffocating, oppressive silence that accompanies you during the descent is broken only by the echo of your footsteps, deafening and yet so insignificant against the background of the Cyclopean arches. Oh, we actually go down there, okay. Oh, it's Necron stuff again. Hello! Let's see. Pacification Weber. All but buried under a thick layer of dust, these crates contain equipment still in prime condition. It is as though, even in the face of death, the tech priests would dare not offend the machine spirits by handling their equipment with anything less than reverence.
There will be no peace in
These sensors were erected by tech priests to ward off malicious Xeno machine spirits.
There was a great reaping here. So many brave souls fell, and their wrath brought down the very vaults of this tomb.
Stoke says, hey Muk, thanks for showing me Witchfire. Such a great game, already one of my fave, and I consider myself quite picky. 9.5 out of 10. Nice, glad you enjoy it. The creature is completely motionless like a black statue. The dark metal of its body shows no discernible damage.
A pretty metaphor.
So they're all going to stand up.
Based on the nature of the damage, I would place my bet on melted charges.
A job for me.
The bodies of Skitari, whose flesh and armor have disintegrated in various places. Judging by their wounds, they were shot during a hasty retreat. Lord Xenos.
My pleasure.
You are looking at part of a system of pylons used by small Xenos repair machines to move around the crypt. The creature emits a low hum alternating with strange metallic screeching.
What a curious specimen.
Death stands before you.
Do my bidding.
Alright, got regen on the whole party.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. may. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Deliver us! Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Undo me.
Ooh.
Commencing.
That missed. All those missed.
See how the wolf
What?
shall
You
see.
shot Enrix? Are you serious?
The wolf is on the hunt. Wolves reign. So it shall be.
Kick it.
I am your blade and shield. I shall not fail. The shadows will see it.
Die in disgrace.
That one's done.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Naturally.
Two are better than one.
Oh, wow, you're way over there.
I know
Oh, I
what
did
I'm
not
doing.
realize Jay was way over there.
Am I getting better?
Maelstrom of madness.
Reassemblement commencing.
Schemes within schemes. A wicked thought.
Alright, that one's dead. And some more just woke up.
Time for return.
That slow walk.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
By claw and fire, the foe is torn asunder. Wolves reign.
I am a navigator.
Oh, that was a misclick. That is not what I thought I had on my cursor. Whoops. I was trying to curse that guy, not fire that blast right through Heinrichs.
That is foolishness. If I may,
Great sleep.
Necron Immortal. Scarab Swarm. Miss. They swung at Ulfar. Ulfar just turned around and shot him. It's like, get off me, man.
Do this better than a wolf. I will carve runes out of your bones. Feel the icy bite of death. So shall it be. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin.
Yours or mine.
Oh, there we go. I was like, Camilla
A
can't move.
dance of blades and shadows. As the... Trust me.
I won't go down easy. For the throne's glory.
I won't have...
Slurp.
You jest, surely.
Can't give him another turn.
You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Don't get too
Alright,
cocky.
Heinrichs.
Let's see.
Dot everything on the map.
May their blades be sharp.
Alright, taunt that guy.
A wicked thought. What if?
Stand by.
Death is a blessing.
Round 3. More dudes!
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The Triarch is eternal.
Dodge. One of them died from dots.
Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks. Wolves have become the All-Father's worthy instrument.
That was a lot of misses.
Now the wolf succeeds.
Death comes in silence. As honor ordains, the shadows will see it done. Killing
Splat.
brings me no pleasure. Caught by the wind.
Slurp. Not sure if they've done any damage to us yet.
Me? Never in 1,000 sectors. Watch my back. Am I get...
The sound of her gun here sounds so weird. It's like muffled.
to give than to follow.
War is my muse. Schemes within the schemes.
Alright, that one's done.
Let's see.
If only that were possible, as duty demands.
Good lord, there's still 9 remaining. Or they're back up to 9, I don't know which.
So shall it be. No! Wolves reign! Comes play! Feel the icy bite of death!
As the tenants demand. As honor ordains.
Splat! Don't know if there's any way for her to reach up there. I don't see a pathway. Unless you have to shoot.
Your reckoning is due. Someone's death wish is mine to grant.
A moving target lives longer. I can do that with the right incentive. 2 are better than 1.
Oh, we finally got scratched.
A genius at work. What if... fate claims another.
Alright, that one's done. Let's do the all of you hit each other thing.
I'm not accustomed to being followed around.
You missed!
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
You named the dog Cat? Yeah, I thought it was funny.
See how the wolf sets to die in disgrace!
That one's done.
So it shall be! None can do this better than the warrior of the All-Father. Comes play!
I don't know if Cabela can actually reach the remaining ones. Unless she can jump up
This
there.
goes against the tenets.
Doesn't look like it.
I would that I could.
But of course, Lord Captain. Your turn.
Tell me, whoa! I want a medal for that one.
If I may try to die with grace. Help me, Lord Captain!
Finest hour on Cass. Trying to get line of sight of this last scarab.
I am a navigator. Painted
Alright, there we go. Oh, I didn't even see you.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Zap, 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 zap. Alright, that's the last one over there.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Alright. Dealt with that ambush. Loot this guy. Insatiable. Flame weapon proficiency. Looks like it has a chainsaw on the bottom of it too. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It has a flame attack, and it's also a sword. Melee attacks from this weapon against burning targets do more damage. A hybrid of a flamer and a melee chain weapon. Thanks to the latter, the wielder can parry with this weapon. Their melee critical damage is also increased by 25%. Falconry, buff for Cyber Eagle, not currently in my party. Last Confession of Magos Theseus Delta Praximus. Run. You will find no grace of the machine god in these faithless halls, only an unholy hatred that is more ancient than the fading stars of these distant systems. They are asleep, the legions, the innumerable hosts, but their sleep is at its end, for no one's fault but mine. I have disturbed the slumber of an ancient mind driven only by thirst for extermination. Even death cannot snuff out the cold green flame of its lifeless eyes. I hear the lockstepped march of our doom. A silence echoes it, the silence of our assassins. For death has no need of words. Mercy is unknown to the Nephilimex, his wayward and unholy firstborn. We have blown up the bridges and barricaded the entrance in an attempt to contain them, but their marching is ever louder, ever closer, and ever more inescapable. As I listen to its resonant echo, I offer my last prayer to the Omnissiah, entrusting in his mercy, for my transgression is great indeed. In my pride, I neglected the universal laws and attempted to harness the language of the ancient machine spirits that have once served the owners of these vaults. And I succeeded. As an infant comprehends the essence of words through images, so did I comprehend the meaning of certain symbols of his firstborn. And out of those I composed 2 or 3 forbidden litanies. My false orders sounded just like the voices of those who commanded the essence of this eternal fortress. I stole their knowledge. More than once in my complacency, I uttered the dead words with my lips of flesh, tarnishing them with the breath of life. I did so to open the sealed halls and bridge of the chasms so that our scouts could cross them, and by that unforgivable blasphemy, I condemned us all to death. Okay, so this person used the Xenos stuff and then found like the voice activation to open these things and then said the words to open them. To atone for what I have done, I have composed a crypto lullaby out of the dead words, akin to the one that plunged the Nephilimex into mindless oblivion at the dawn of time. More stolen words. The Xenos altar of machine worship has begun to sing it to the spirits of the machines in the fortress, but I know that before it concludes, the awakened wrath will have reached us. As I prepared for our last stand, I leave this confession as a warning to any who may dare walk in our footsteps. This is my final testament. Run. So that's why all the machines were asleep. Is because of that. Newest at the top. Who can use this? Cannot be equipped by this character. Two-handed. Must not have Adeptus Astartes, Drukhari, or Eldari stuff. Okay. Oh my gosh. Are these going to be connections to those things? No? Huh. Okay, I thought that was going to connect some stairs there. It doesn't, though. Unless it doesn't have power or something. Judging by the debris, the passageway was blocked on purpose.
What lies beyond?
Logic 100. The bodies of Skitari... Oh, we already read that. Okay. Alright, I don't know what's going on with the stairs, unless I had to do it during the battle or something. Okay. Speaking of good games, did you see the latest Peach's Cat Addiction? What? The latest Peach's Cat Addiction? What? What are we talking about? You lost me. I once a cryptozoological spider, the Up Island spider, found only a small portion island near me. I once saw one. Oh, okay. Errol? Oh. Sorry, keep in mind, there's another streamer named Aurora Peachy, and I was thinking you were talking about her, and I'm like, I haven't seen her recently. I don't know what she's up to. Do I know Erolozen's latest addiction? I believe the other day it said that he was streaming Palworld? Is it Palworld? An unexpected report, oh, what is this? New paths, let's see. An unexpected report has arrived from the Navigator's Sanctum. A new path has revealed itself to the Navigator in a mystical vision. According to the Omen, the Void Ship will be safer on this mysterious route. Can one trust the Warp's revelations? Change course. Enemies of humanity board the ship! Oh, dang it. We're max level. Let's see. The crew will receive military gear and a chance to prove their worth by dispatching the Lord Captain's enemies. The victory of the Rogue Trader's enemies came at a high price, but the decks have been cleansed of warp spawn, albeit it took the blood of hundreds of voidsmen to wash away evidence, yeah. I don't need... Oh wait, we're at 9 of this now. Getting a lot of that. Wait, that's Uncharted? Oh, I guess I never went there. Aurora Peachy still streams. I remember when she was an ADAC content creator like 10 years ago. Wait, what? Okay, 1, yes, Peachy still streams. And 2, she's still an ADAC content creator. I see her, like, I tweet all the time. Begin scan. It seems that all color has died from this world. Gray masses of rock gives way only to brownish sand and the black voids of gorges. The team barely notices a strange detail amid the drab landscape, an extensive area where the land is too smooth. As they approach, this area turns out to be a lake of moving metal, in the center of which burn green arc discharges. On its shore lies the ruins of pyramidal constructs. Through magnoculars, it is determined that the remains of the pyramids are slowly melting, creating flows that dump new metal into the lake. The smoothness of the lake is lightly rippled by currents trying to extinguish the flames in the center. Attack the pyramids with void ship weaponry. The Xenos structures do not give under the first salvos, and from the portals, flows of metal begin to fill the damaged parts. The lake slowly shrinks, but the Rogue Traders team quickly understands it will take several days of bombardment to fully destroy this place. Try to extinguish the flame. The vessel's cannoneers find the idea of smothering the green flame with the ship's waste rather dubious, but do not dare question the will of the Lord Captain. The dropped cargo dissolves to no effect, barely touching the discharges. Send an exploratory shuttle. Specially equipped servitors are the first to disembark on the shores of the metallic lake. To the exploratore's surprise, they return unharmed with samples of the anomalous substance. The squad sets out to study the lake and the Xenos constructions. Success. Acolytes of the Adeptus Mechanicus determine that the metal contains the same substance from which the pyramids are made. The behavior of the metal particles indicates that the constructs made from the metal are capable of regeneration just like living matter, albeit incomparably faster. However, the pyramids filling the lake by transmitting the metal through built-in portals cannot surmount the destructive force of the arc discharges in the lake's center. Logic 25. Find out what happened. Wow, success. One of the pyramids lining the lake shore is more damaged than the rest. Judging by its melted edges and the direction of the breaks, this damage is the thing that started the fires at the lake center. Awareness. Analyze the movement of the metal. Success. Endless flows of metal pour from the portals of every monolith. However, one of the flows is noticeably weaker than the rest. Looking closer, officers notice a small object blocking part of the portal. With the help of servitors, they are successful in removing it and bringing it to the Von Valancia's shuttle. Hollow Field Emitter. The wielder gains 3 charges of Hollow Field at the start of combat. Whenever the wielder suffers damage, 1 charge of Hollow Field is removed to prevent the damage. If there are no charges left, damage is not prevented, and the wielder becomes staggered until the end of combat. What does staggered do? Minus 20 to weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, and agility. So it blocks 3 hits, but then you get massive debuff. There's something wistful about this sight, an unhealing wound on the body of mysterious technology. Master Helmsman Ravor, judging by the orbital trajectories, this is the parent star of the system. If the Lumino reader is right, back in the day it used to be a huge and angry with a bite to it, not this half-dead firefly. What happened to it? I can't imagine what could have drained a deadly beast like that. The Lumino reader swears that the rays of this star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years or more. It was too young to have faded like this. It's like it was gnawed out. It was a nomos. It was attacked. Suddenly and fiercely, a hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star whole had it had more time. Nomos, where did you get this information from? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I have seen it happen 100 times. We're done here. A shuttle of Imperial make is detected among the rocky gorges of the planet, alongside 2 nearby Xeno objects, monolithic structures embedded into the landscape. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity nor signals from the shuttle are found. Send servitors to scout. The servitor signals disappear as soon as they approach the cliffs between which the shuttle was found. Not one of them return, no data is received. Get away. Oh, but I can land? Like, oh man, this seems dangerous. Let's land. Peachy's why I started playing FF14. Yeah, I think Peachy and Lorenity both play a lot of FF14.
Curiosity! My Lord Ulfar, would you mind?
No! Get back! Do not speak!
What? Why was he so mean all of a sudden? He said... He said, get back, do not speak to me, little bloodhound. That's fine. Why does this not hit the dog?
I won't object to it.
Yeah, that it doesn't hit the dog. So once again, the AoE buffing thing being really fickle because of the landscape or something.
For the throne's glory.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Did I with grace, at least?
2 down.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Infinite. See, I have become the All-Father's instrument! So it shall feel the icy bite of death!
How about no?
I won't object to it.
Alright, doing what buffs we can.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Trust me, as honor ordains. My blade whispers your name. Let your step is a blessing.
1 down.
The shadows will see it done. I shall not fail.
Reassemblement commencing.
He's an agent of the Inquisition. He now knows about Wolfen. Wolfen basically counts as a mutation, and Ulfar is primed to go double-jointed and furry at some point in the future. So Heinrichs is basically looking at him with suspicion now. That might be it.
Commencing.
As the tenants demand. Killing brings me no pleasure.
I challenge you, damned. Wolves reign! Come! Is thunder! My strike is ruin! Our foes reek of cowardice. None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Let's see. A genius at work.
That one's dead. Oh no! There's more! Dodge. I like when my characters dodge their attacks. I like even more when they dodge their attacks without moving all over the place. The Scarab Storms have long attack animations.
Me.
Ah, another one is shattered.
Two just died. Let's see, finest hour on
I'll
Cabela.
show you why
I will
navigators
leave
are feared.
footprints of scarlet, an offering of blood, as on my blade whispers your name. The shadow is a blessing.
Those are dead. But wait, there's more.
Trust killing brings me no pleasure. I cannot serve you in this way. Come, the other side awaits. I shall not let your soul be purged.
Yo, how many of these do I have?
Trust me.
A lot, apparently.
Isn't this as duty demands?
Oh my god. Hold on, is there like a... Oh, this thing up here is a health bar.
If I may.
Ah, that's the ticket. Okay.
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
Okay, there's not one up there.
The fame-hungry cow. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument. I will carve
Kick him.
runes out of your bones.
I'm not gonna say anything. I remember how salty Butt got last time I pondered it glow away. Oh, he figured it out. Yeah, and you know what? I got to feel the satisfaction of figuring it out. Amazing how that works.
Do not dare ask.
There write legends about
As the tenants demand, the shadows will see it done. As on a let your soul be purged.
What's that guy doing?
My death is a blessing. I bring mercy and retribution. Trust caught by the web. As on let your soul be purged.
Camilla, how many attacks do you get per turn? Yes.
Trust me.
Let's see. I'm done with this one.
Goods. Ship's Voxlog. The Vox does not produce sound immediately. The officer who made the recording speaks clearly and confidently, but also softly, with a barely perceptible vibration in his low, orator-like voice. It seems that the tape is partially damaged. Entry 1. We landed successfully, but were unable to report to her ladyship. The communication channel was filled with interference. The navigation system has been affected as well, so we will not be able to take off anytime soon, let alone return to the ship. Sergeant Damani is looking for the source of the interference. The only thing left to do is keep a log. Entry 5. Thanks to the information we received earlier, we managed to partially decipher some of the inscriptions on the obelisk. Only the general meaning is clear. The creatures buried here are extremely hostile. We have not been able to identify the source of the interference affecting our communications and navigation. Lady Theodora made it clear that this expedition is extremely important, so we will continue the exploration regardless of obstacles. Whoever finds this Voxlog must give it to her ladyship personally and no one else. Entry 18. One of the structures being inspected incinerated Corporal Monroe. We buried him with as much dignity as was possible in these barren rocks. His sacrifice need not be in vain. We will be more careful next time, and we will not embarrass her ladyship. Entry 19. The explosion of the Xeno artifact damaged the engine, the fuel compartment, and the cargo hold where we're keeping supplies. It is unlikely that we will return to Her Lady Theodora's flagship, but we will have almost completed our task and are about to enter the buildings. What matters is the preservation of the data we've obtained. There were no dead people behind the monoliths. The creatures attacked us as soon as we managed to activate the gate mechanism in one of the buildings. Their weapons destroy flesh and plasteel with equal ease, and their bodies recover from any wounds. The words are interrupted by a bang and a yell. I will keep recording until my final breath, and I hope it benefits the House of Von Valancius. The weapons of the Xenos burned with green fire and hurled bolts of lightning, and energy charges burst from their blades. Damani has fallen to the ground and cannot get back up. Her body is breaking. The rocks beneath it are about to crack. Tell Dahlia that her father gave his life for the good of the Von Valancius dynasty. May she be proud of... End recording. Heavy void suit. RES human enemies. Officer's med kit. And They Shall Weep Bolter. Each shot with this bolter does additional 15 rending damage with 40% armor pen to all characters adjacent to the target.
Let's make a deal.
That is a huge upgrade. Oh, it's a two-hander. That's part of the reason. Could do that, though. Alright.
In this tapestry
Lord
of the
Xenos.
world, I am the
Drawing upon your patchy knowledge of the Xenos, you guess that these monoliths were once part of a mighty transport ship capable of transforming into ground-based structures. The broken body has been smashed into the ground with such force that there are cracks radiating out from it. Gloom Rifle. Sniper gun. Inevitable Demise doubles critical damage dealt by the wearer. That's pretty crazy. Thinking either her or him. Oh, he can't use it. Okay, her then.
one step at a time amidst the madness.
Advanced shield. +2 deflection and plus 20% to parry. Yeah. What was that one? Service stimulus. Closest ally. Fair Incarnate. Whenever the wearer is under the effects of Reckless Rush, all wearers I see in crit chance. What is Reckless Rush? I don't know what Reckless Rush is. Fancy shield. But now enemies won't explode in fountains of blood every time she hits them. It's fine. I don't know that it was really doing much to help. It was just flashy. Hey, thanks. Haven't touched Power in a while. It is fun, just if you have ideas in building, though. Yeah, I looked at it and it just didn't really, you know, pull me into it. Those things, I've never seen anything like them before, but the panel of the ship's tech priest and Lumina reader says reads that they are star corpses. Not just corpses, they call them stellicide victims. What did the Lumina readers mean? Who knows with the star sages? Apparently when a star dies a natural death, it's different. These look like they were murdered and plundered. All of their energy was siphoned, like when a spider sucks the innards out of a fly. And witnessing these husks, if you don't mind me saying, scared the Lumina readers so much that they wet their metal trousers. Don't you think we are observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. The stellar trajectories also suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in the system, and I wouldn't like to have been here at that time. The gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. Who would have pulled off something like that? Was it Drukhari? Dragging stars around like they are the property is quite in character for those damn Xenos. As curious as all this may be, we still have a job to do. Lord Captain, a Xenos squadron is on an intercept course. It's the same abominations as before. What's got them so riled up? I think they're guards. The ships took off from the surface of the planetoid as soon as we bathed it with the eye of our augurs. I'm not an expert on Xenos minds, but I know my void maneuvers, and I can tell you this. They're angry and they're approaching on a direct and unambiguously aggressive trajectory. All decks, prepare for battle. Orders received, Lord Captain. Glory to House Von Valancius. Glory to peanut butter and jelly. I wonder if one of those stars was that star that got stolen from the end of Act 1.
I'll be your beacon in the darkness.
Alright, I'm gonna focus on this one first. What? It said I would be in range at the end of that movement. Oh, I think the fog is reducing my range.
Launch the devastating payload!
Dang it. I should have done that outside of the fog, I guess. Stop bullying the Heartless!
The destination is known. Unleash our fury!
Alright, that one is reviving. No! No! My friends! Eat this! Where's the fourth ship? I lost track of one. I see 1, 2, 3. That's way out there. Okay. Is this the one that's reanimating? Falling apart. Yeah. So that one's falling apart.
Engage the lads. Unleash our fury. Drown them in the void.
Hi, Neo. Is that Adira or a custom? Adira is one of the people operating the ship, but we've advanced her personal story, so now she has a fancy hat. Fancy hat.
Engage the lads. Lads.
Ah, so close. She turns boring after putting it on. You know, the thing that bugged me the most with her is, like, you know, she would so constantly trigger bad warp things. And we put on the hat to help with that. The very first turn of the very next combat, she one-hit KO'd herself. She had a warp feedback thing and hit herself for like 200 damage and killed herself. On the first turn of the first fight after completing her quest so that she could control her powers. So that seems to be pointless from a gameplay perspective. Alright, this one's falling apart now. My shields are down on that side. That's not good.
Initiate macro cannon barrage. Sail upon the seas of void. Engage the macro cannons.
Reinforce the left shields, since they suck right now. Spin! Okay, that one's decaying.
Is known. Initiate macro cannon barrage.
Alright. All the remaining ships are falling apart. When's the Guild 2 beta? Wednesday. The end scan. Lord Captain, we've spotted a planetoid with an unidentified Xenos structure. Something tells me this is the place we've been looking for. Augur clerics detect a field of void mines on our trajectory toward the planetoid. Transmit the deactivation code that we found in the outpost of the Lord Inquisitor's men. Beginning transmission, receiving return signal. 5% of mines report a transition to sleep mode, receiving coordinates of an area designated as a main landing site. We have a safe channel of approach toward Epitaph and coordinates for landing. Are there traces of Kalkazar? Plenty. We're picking up the remaining Vox echoes of conversations, standard signals belonging to Augur observation systems, the gas thermal trails of shuttles preparing to land. You know, Lord Captain, it seems to me that this place is about to fall apart. Augurs detect a multitude of signs pointing to structural damage in the tomb located on the planetoid, and they are very fresh. Commence preparation of the landing party. I will end it personally. Are you certain, Lord Captain? I beg your pardon for such audacity, but this old void wolf's gut tells him that this tomb is very likely to become, ours. Wait, what? This tomb is very likely to become ours. Or like our tomb. I have this bad feeling as if, forgive me, your lordship, I've completely lost my senses giving out advice like that. I'm ready to face whatever lies in wait. We make the landing. Be careful, your lordship. We'll wait as long as it takes for your retrieval signal, even if every Xeno fleet in the world appears to swat us from orbit. It's almost time for the coup de Gracie, Chuck. Hang on, drink water. Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment watching the remarkable procession approach your throne. Officers and enforcers are glancing at you questioningly, but do not interfere until they are ordered to. Nomos. Oh, his portrait is more filled in than it ever has been before. Look at that thing. We have come to speak with you, Mukluk. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, sensed, and we discovered that a great change is coming. A trial. We see a threat to that which the Imperium brings. The intricate plexus of tenets, the determined advance of myriads through darkness by the will of the golden light. All the things that were strange to us, yet in those embraced we were born and raised. All of it is in danger, at least within the bounds of the Coronis expanse. You are the one who can stop it, and Nomos must help you. We are an unidentified thing spawned from chance, but we want to justify our existence by serving the light. What do you wish to do? Wait until the unknown threat appears before you, then face it. But we do not know where or when it will happen. We do not know what we will face, but we know that we want to be there with you. There is something we require to do it. Nomos are tethered to the shell of this ship. We can only follow you outside by using servitors as our shell. But they are lacking. Only a modicum of us can enter such a primitive vessel, and our power is likewise limited. We need a vessel, a body, but very few things can house us. That is why we have come to ask you. Magos Asclepius has offered his shell to us. It might do. Indeed I have. I cannot think of a prouder end to my pilgrimage than the liturgy of synchronization with the Great Spirit. I will become a vessel for the Omnissiah's favored child, and step beyond the confines of wretched living existence and into the halls of the eternal machine's song. You would sacrifice yourself, Asclepius. I desire it more than anything. Why are you asking him? He is guilty by the word of the Imperium. Now you decide what to do with his body. Wait, what is the coming threat? It's so loud, oh my gosh. Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us remember our birth on Epitaph. Now we sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give. But what it is, we do not know. We must say it frightens us to think about this unknown something that is trying to break free. It is so vast, too vast to measure or explain. But however frightening or all-powerful it may be, we are ready to face it, rise against it. Even if it destroys us, it will be a sacrifice for the sake of redemption. I have made my decision. We await your word, master of the ship. Please give us freedom and we will stand with you in the hour of great need. You can take Asclepius's body. Oh, okay, that was instant. He literally had his finger on the button. Praise the Omnissiah. I kneel before his favored child and humbly offer the shell as a gift. May I become a temple to the machine and a vessel for its great spirit. How interesting. We feel restricted, but not as much as inside servitors. Some work must be done on the new shell. Then it will be ready for journeys to the outside. We will leave you for now, Mukluk, but in the hour of your need, stand before the great trial. We will return and stand with you side by side. That should be interesting. I don't remember if I did that last time. So Nomos might join us in the final battle. Your lordship, the shuttle is ready for landing. We have the exact coordinates for a secure landing site. Will you authorize the start of the expedition? Permission to take off. We are heading to Epitaph. Acknowledged. Glory to the Von Valancia's dynasty. Be safe, Lord Captain. Yep. Madiman said, I want to keep Adira around next time so I can bring her and Argenta to Komorra together. I want to see what happens when Argenta does her confession with Adira in the party. Do you remember? Okay, so I know that if you bring Heinrichs or Cabela or Cass to Komorra, you don't get them back till like near the very end of Komorra, right? Like the flesh crafter guy has them in like a prison. Do you remember Adira's deal? Like, is she imprisoned until the very end, kind of like Heinrichs was, or do you get her back earlier on? Because I'm wondering if the confession happens before you get Adira back.
I know several individuals who would be willing to lay down a lot of thrones for a pile of this dead scrap. And a couple of obliging explorators to...
Mistress Haydari, if you ever manage to pull off such a trade, I would be extremely interested in the identities of the purchasers.
He's like, tell me who you sell to so I can arrest them. The Xenos is not showing any sign of aggression, simply staring ahead. There's an odd, disoriented quality to its movements. Oh, what's happening? Are they waking up? I feel like I would be pulling their weapons out of their hands while moving around. That's pretty cool looking. Oh my god, dude, they can't fly for crap. Terrible drivers. Out of the corner of your eye inside the glowing green orb mounted on the contraption.
They all
God, I hate that voice line, it's so long. You can see the reflections of people who are not here. They are looking at you curiously and fearfully. Every few moments, the metal particles lose their color and become translucent, and you can see something dark and formless behind the metal, yearning to be born but unable to do so yet. A broken metallic finger sticks out from between the sarcophagus doors that are slightly ajar. It wriggles weakly.
One, and it's done.
In the first round of combat, the wearer gains 20 movement points. The wearer's movement cost is not affected by threatened areas, does not trigger attacks opportunity. Wow. The Rack and the Ruin. Can make a free attack with this weapon if you shot with the Rack at the same time.
What lies beyond?
Elegy of Sorrow. The drawn-out metallic groans form a painful and melancholy melody, but one that oozes with venomous spite. The armored plates sing in an unknown language. You did not decipher the language of the Xenos race. Oops. And you feel as though the meaning of is on the verge of reaching your mind, unless the monster cuts your lives short before that. The grating roar is more like the sound of a metal torture instrument than a sentient being's speech. I recognize a leader and a true warrior in this one. Yes, still a Xenos unworthy of life, but a warrior all the same. I bet this noble madman of battle will fall by my hand. Ulfar casts a joyous look over the party as if expecting someone to take him up on the wager. Examine the creature. The Xenos' entire skeletal body is made of an unknown metal interlaced with greenish energy channels that glow with currents. Below its waist, the flares of a grav pod are humming and rattling. Its upper limbs fuse into a formidable heavy cannon. Not a single part of the monster's body betrays vulnerability. Without a doubt, this is xenotechnology, a technologically superb machine designed to annihilate all life. Disabling it will not be easy. Attack. Destroy this creature! The sound of the vibrating metal plates has both the rhythmic tremulous of a march and the hollow hum of misery, the lament of an immortal mechanism doomed to eons of wrath and battle, or else an impending demise. The salvo from the monster's cannon is an infernal orchestral chord that makes the very fabric of space tremble.
Curious creatures! Oh, I wish to vivisect you.
Okay. Alright.
I'm not
Heinrichs.
accustomed to being ordered around.
Regen. For warning.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
This.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Pain soothes thy soul.
Wow. Well, I guess we're not buffing. They killed the bird. Okay.
I hunger for battle. See how I in disgrace. So it shall be. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument. Cubs play infinite.
You have much to endure still. For the throne's glory.
Oh, it actually let me buff after reviving this thing, which is not something it usually does. So, they're buffed, but Ulfar is not. He was too far.
You jest, surely. Commands are more pleasant to give than to follow. Don't get across.
Wow! That's her new bolter. Dang, that was nice.
You've got a problem, I've got a price.
I'm afraid not. Step aside. The navigator is coming. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
Feel the icy bite of death! He's on the hunt, so I will carve runes out of your bones! Now! Wolves reign!
What?
Corpse plague!
Oh, the storm approaches!
I am the storm that is
A wicked thought. Let's see.
Insignificant.
Even I won't do that. A wicked thought.
Reassemblement commencing.
Emperor, give me strength. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? Defensive, Lord Captain? That is foolishness.
Burn all enemies. Alright, Madam Crazy Movement.
As honor ordains.
Activate every single cut yourself and buff yourself you've got.
I am your blade and shield. Caught by the web. Let your soul be purged. Trust me. Caught by the web.
Okay, that scared me, but the only one he downed was his own dude. Although, that's... his back is to the wall. Ulfar might be able to finish him.
So it shall be.
Unless he misses a 95% chance to hit.
Tell me to refuse. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. Wolves reign.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. I feel the power surging.
I have become the All-Father's worthiest! I in disgrace!
Alright, that one's done.
Cubs play.
Schemes within the schemes. What if?
I really don't like that. The dog has such slow animations, I don't enjoy using it. Like, if I were to play this game again, would not be an Arbides again. I like the Overseer subclass, but I like all the other animals more than how the dog is in the game, just because the animations are really slow and awkward. Also, when you like tell the dog attack something, it doesn't tell you if it'll be able to reach it, so sometimes it moves like halfway there and stops because it runs out of movement, and it's like, oh, well, that was a great use of action points.
Don't frighten me!
Death comes in silence, as honor ordains. Trust me, I shall not fail. Death is a blessing. As it caught by the web, my blade whispers your name.
And she just threw blood all over him. That sounds like me doing workouts.
Fenris shoulder! I will carve runes out of your bones!
Wait, what is this? Tanakia?
Oh, one step at a time.
A ragged breath punctures the oppressive silence of the room. Someone is alive. The maimed creature at your feet is still alive, as evidenced by heavy breathing. It was a woman once, sporting close-cropped hair and equipped for battle, but now her skin is shredded by the metal sticking out of her body in a dozen places. Examine the woman. Her body does not appear to have any external injuries. It has been maimed from the inside out. It is as if her flesh was transmuted into metallic shapes that then burst out of her skin and turned her internal organs into a bloody scythe. Some of her exposed bones have a metallic gleam to them, while others still look natural. Can you hear me? With a heavy jerk, the woman raises her head, emerging from oblivion, and focuses her gaze on you. Even in such a wretchful state, her eyes still gleam with self-confidence, zest, and subtle shrewdness. You, who are... Ah, that coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valancius. I'm not as surprised to see you as you may think. Who are you? The woman tries to salute you, but the metal cutting through her tendons has cost her the control of her fingers. Tanakia Calbergaria, Inquisition Acolyte, and by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar, the Warden of the Epitaph 1 covert facility, or whatever's left of it. What happened to you? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body? I have no idea. Looks like something has gone terribly wrong in the crypt. Her voice becomes more serious and dry. The Auspex has detected unknown radiation, and then everything went crazy. The Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore, so they started trashing the place, and the pylon I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. I blacked out, and when I came to, it looked like I tried to give birth to a shuttle. I respect that she's still got a sense of humor, even in this moment. I'm looking for Calcazar. Where is he? At the facility in the crypt. Making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage. At least I hope so, or else he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility? What operation? I guess you're still young if you don't know that in this world. Whenever the big boys and girls say the facility, that almost always means a colossal secret weapon capable of destroying worlds. And that's all you're going to get. It would be very disrespectful of me to spill a secret that so many have given their lives to protect. I see. Have I sated your curiosity? Then I'd like my favor returned. There's a pack of low in my breast pocket. Give me one, and you can keep the rest. I'm feeling very generous today. That's like cigarettes. Take a pack of low out of the woman's jacket. I don't know if that's an I or an L, like IO or low. I remember we heard it voice acted from the fire guy on the ship, but I forgot. Good, you're old enough to know what these are, aren't you? Stick one end of the tube between my teeth, light up the other. Just make sure you do it the right way around. Persuasion. Let's be straight with each other. You have nothing to hide now that you're dying. What is going on in this place? Failed. Are you trying to pry information out of an inquisitorial agent in the hope that she'll show sentimental candor at death's door? Shame on you. She manages a weak smile. Give the dying woman her low. Enjoy. People say it's bad for your health. I'd better be careful. Why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? Oh, I should know. It was on the uniform my agents wore. The ones I sent when Calcazar took an interest in Her Ladyship Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear them for long, though. When I presented Theodora with Calcazar's ultimatum, she purged her retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well, but the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard his treasure cave, just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Drukhari started trouble again. What was the ultimatum you gave Theodora? Merely a message saying that her dirty secret was now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epitaph, and she found something here, something too good for even for someone of her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates down to the last digit after the decimal point to the Lord Inquisitor. Why does no one from Theodora's retinue remember visiting this system? I can give you two versions of the truth, the sugar-coated one and the honest one. The sugar-coated version is that once Theodora realized just what she had in her hands, she deemed it a matter of the utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all members of her crew. The honest version is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting any unwanted witnesses into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds for spoils anyway. Lore Imperium failed. You've never heard of such a technology, but it would not be a stretch to assume that the Inquisition does have something of that sort at their disposal. The Drukhari came to this world. Why? Ah, the Xeno freaks, my favorite partners. They had a crucial role to play in the operation that you mustn't know anything about. Their visits to Epitaph have left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire on them first, but to split them into atoms if their skinny arses deviated so much as a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear, if it was one of those fools who were trying to get shot at through their half-witted provocations, they even had a nickname for me, the Almost Witch. A compliment, I guess? I am Mukluk von Valancius, Theodora's heir. You'll have to excuse me for not looking surprised. My facial nerves seem to be partially paralyzed. But I gathered as much. I'd hardly mistake you for our spectacular void she-wolf after all. And if she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heir. Well, at least it's not Conrad. How did your people infiltrate Theodora's retinue? A feint, deception, game of double and triple crosses. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Calcazar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archmagos advisor, Amarnat. Ooh. Do you know Kunrad Voitvir? Not sure if he's still alive, but back then he was Theodora's Master of Whispers. In theory, he should have been the one to out my operatives as spies, but instead, he thought that they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. It's true what they say about blondes. Every other one is thick as mints. Now I know enough. Sure you do. Turn to your companions. What do we do with her? It is time she was sent to the Undying One. Spare her throat, but strike her heart instead, for that is where she carries a heavy burden. Let her shed the burden, and let her lips pray their last. I suggest granting the Acolyte the Emperor's peace, in honor of our years of working together. You've always been so sentimental, so attached to your colleagues, your hair, your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, is that still a sore point? Let's see. Kayla says, if we would take Theodora here as a team member, she would be like 1 kill on the spot or 2. Tanaki will tell you everything without persuasion check. Take Theodora here. Theodora died in Act 1. Raise your weapon. This is where it ends for you. Her blood-smeared lips twist into a smile. Is this an act of mercy or revenge? It is something more. It is his blessing. Kibella smiles softly and soothingly. I've received better gifts from him, but who the void cares? Go ahead, bless me already. End her suffering without replying. Bonk! Bonk! Oh my god, it's not a mercy strike if you have to hit him twice. 3 times? Jeez. It takes you more than a few strikes to end the life of the already half-dead woman. The metal skull screeches under the pressure, but does not break. I thought we agreed to hit her in the heart. And her heart keeps pumping blood through shredded veins. Finally, her agony comes to an end. Wow, yeah, that was such a mercy kill, let me tell you. Wait.
In this
hold on.
tapestry of the world, I am the
goods?
rogue thread.
Dynasty Notebook. The tiny notebook is adorned with the coat of arms of House von Valancius. The pages made from real paper carry a pleasant scent of perfume and are covered in ruler straight lines of text. Their meaning is locked behind an intricate cipher, but you do not need to know the contents yet to identify the author. You know this perfect calligraphic handwriting all too well. Theodora. Serrated mono knife.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Oh, there's a big boy down there. The barrier is barely holding. Prepare for defense. I meant Incendia Corda. Oh, gotcha. In the name of the Golden Throne, hold the line. The Xenos Knight lets out a clanging howl portending imminent death. Prepare for battle, get your characters in position. Well, we got the high ground. Alright, gonna stay together until we get the buffs up.
If I may.
Alright, regeneration is done.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Ulfar.
Our foes reek of settlement commencing. Wolves.
Damn, that one is sturdy.
Feel the icy bite of death!
Ow.
Looks like I'll need more
Ow.
augmentations.
Insignificant.
Just keep dodging, just keep dodging. Hey! That one burned to death. Dodge. There you go. The kind of mini-legged Necron that Primaris Marine had trouble with. Yeah!
But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. For the throne's glory. More trouble than it's worth. I won't object.
Assemblement commencing.
I hold all the cards.
The fame-hungry come. Your father's worthy instrument! So, feel the icy disgrace. Awakening cannot
Am I getting paid for this?
stop.
Nah.
See how the wolf succeeds!
Dude! These bugged positions. Again, that was 95% chance to hit. And you're telling me you did a bullet spray and none of those hit with 95% chance? Don't know if I believe that.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Is there a ladder over? Oh, there is a ladder over there. She could go that way. All right.
My. It's time for them to run, my sweet. I can Jai Hidari.
Boom!
Remember the name.
I will leave
Meow.
the Prince of Scarlet. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. As on the final let your soul be purged. Oh, you're not fun.
Dot everything.
Righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. As the tenants.
Dude, just look at her movement. What is this? I'm actually blown away by this.
Bring mercy and retribution.
Freaking airplane noises.
The shadows will see come. The other
Oh,
side
wow.
awaits.
That happened.
As honor ordains, death is a blessing. I am your blade and shield.
2 remaining. There's the big guy. Who else? Why? Why does she have so much movement? This is... Dude, she started over here, ran over there, went down the ladder. That should have been the end of it. And then she went like kill, ran over here, kill, and then like ran all the way up here, and then they ran here, and the guy teleported, and then she ran after him again.
I shall not fail. Caught by the rope.
All right, she's out of actions. Okay, here's normal movement. What? That's it, end my turn. Hold on, choose an ally. For 1 round, they ignore the enemy's armor. Put it on the dog. Gosh, I'm trying to get the dog over there.
No!
See, I just used all of that AP to get it that close. And I couldn't tell when it was going to get close enough to hit it. 256. Oh, what's going on? Okay.
If only that were possible. I'll paint your death in colors.
Oh, he hit the dog. That's not great.
Feel the icy bite of death!
I'm afraid not. I have read tomes of military tactics. Do not dare
Not in line of
ask.
sight. Can we pull him into line of sight? No. I can't. Alright, just pass.
Wolves rage. See, I can stop on my strike is to react. Wolves rage. Significant. Feel the icy bite of death. I challenge you.
He's too big for the ladder. He has to go around. No, stop hitting my dog. I have no idea why Ulfar shot that guy, but cool.
Everyone, step aside. Let's see to it. Naturally.
Jay's turn.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
That did less than I was hoping.
Tell me, and it is done.
For the throne's glory.
Wait, what?
Let's see to it.
I think when I went to click over there, it took it as a click on this sidebar, and then it went shot the camera over to Cabela because I clicked on her somehow. Deep breath.
Death comes in silence, as honor ordains.
Aim for the heart next time.
The other side awaits. I will leave footprints of the blade. The shadow. As honor ordains. Trust me.
Oh my god, 657. 602. Alright, she's out of spins.
Another stroke of genius! Shattered foes in my wake. A wicked thought.
Big man's down. Stand up.
Schemes within schemes.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
At the end of the fight.
Curiosity.
Sub shield boys.
Sings in my veins.
Y'all gonna like open the door or anything? I feel like they're supposed to talk to me or something?
There will be no peace in my wake.
I'm not sure what to do. I'm actually a little worried that it bugged out. Let's make a separate save file and then reload it and see if it helps. Because I don't see anything to interact with, so I'm guessing the guys behind the shield are supposed to talk to me or open it or something, but they're not. They're just stun locked from watching Cabela just zoom all over the room like the Flash.
What lies beyond?
What do I do? Can I leave and come back? To walk bravely into darkness, find the Inquisitor. Rogue Trader to walk bravely into darkness, bug. Find the Lord Inquisitor. No, I can't leave. It's one way. So I can't load out and back onto this map. Muck is locked in. I'm trying to figure out what to do. I could redo this whole level. Don't really want to, but that would be like 30 minutes. Follow the wires. Go to this thing. No, there's nothing that's like interactable.
My nerves are frayed.
Don't see gear icons on anything. Huh. What is supposed to happen here? Hold on. Guess you're pressing tab. Yeah, I was holding tab there. What am I supposed to do here?
There will be no peace in my wake.
All right, just a sec. Go to the end of the map, you'll encounter a group of Necrons finding Inquisition troopers. Approach, you will fight the Necrons. After the battle, go to the barrier. If you're dogmatic or iconoclast, the Inquisition troopers will let you through. If you're heretical, you will destroy the barrier.
In this tapestry
can you try restarting the game?
World,
yeah, I could try that. So yeah, they are supposed to let me through the barrier in this playthrough because I earned Calcazar's trust. It's closing the game. Just a sec. The other alternative is to redo that fight, which I could, but I've come to Twitch now because YouTube has died in Europe. What? YouTube audience, everything okay on y'all's end? We have a refugee here, and I'm just trying to make sure that it's a them problem and not a me problem. Bluebell says fine over here. All right, thank you, Bluebell. Works here too. Thank you, Sven. Okay. All right. I guess it's just Grey Fox.
One step at a time.
Open the mocking barrier! Is there one of them I can click on to talk to? No, there's no speech bubbles on any of them. Okay. Let me see. And this is find the Lord Inquisitor. Row Trader. Find the Lord Inquisitor. Barrier won't open. Okay, here we go. Okay, I found a Reddit post. Let's see if there's anything useful here. When I've killed the cryptogeometric sentinel, now I don't have any way to interact with the Inquisition troopers or the shield, and I can't progress the final area. Think I also had it skip the cutscene with the sentinel, or I skipped it manually. Tried quitting and restarting the game, it didn't help. And I can't do what the previous guy did and go back to before the fight and do it again because I'm on Grim Darkness. Please, Lord, tell me I'm not bricked on another save. I don't know what Grim Darkness is. I'm guessing that's like maybe a honor mode run. That sucks. There's nothing to do but approach the barrier shield if the troops don't start talking to your SOL. I know my comment isn't helpful, but I see no one is responding. Just had this happen to me and reloading didn't do much help. Did you manage any sort of workaround? Nope. I gave up on the run as bricked and haven't picked the game up since because it completely put me off it. Oh, dang. Okay, this is no fix here. Hold on. I've run into the same thing as this poster. Okay. Redid the battle, and this time there was dialogue with the mini-boss, which didn't trigger the first time. I'm stuck on Epitaph at the big force field barrier. I can see the Inquisition soldiers behind it, but not interact with them to let me in. No other interaction point or anything I can find to pass through. I see the exit behind them, but I can't reach it. Any help appreciated. According to a walkthrough, the soldiers should be talking to me when I approach, but it's not happening. And there's no comment. Edit, redid the battle to solve it. Wow. That sucks, because I didn't have this happen to me the last time I played this. And they're saying that they had to... They're saying they had to redo it, and some of those posts were 6 months ago. That is a shame that they haven't fixed that yet. So the person was doing something like an honor mode run or something, which means that they couldn't reload the game.
I know several individuals who would be willing to lay down a lot of thrones for a pile of this dead scrap. And a couple...
Alright, skip.
A minor setback. And done.
Alright, just gonna try to do this as fast as I can. Alright, where is Heinrichs?
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Resistance is so fragile.
Dog's dead, Jay's dead, Skull's dead.
Let's see to it. Naturally. For the throne's glory. Be gone. Focus, Van Calox. Focus.
I shall not fail, as the tenets demand, as honor ordained. Come, the other side awaits. The shadows will see it. My blade whispers your name. Killing brings me no pleasure, as honor ordained. Come, the other side awaits.
Our foes reek of cowardice. Wolves' red hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. Come, you will not
Come down.
to see how the wolf succeeds.
Oof, 79.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Isn't the tribe to die with grace
Other one
at
dead.
least?
I'm powerless to act.
Taunt him.
Wicked thought. You are being wise.
Get me a target.
Insignificant.
A new note in discordant melody.
Alright, Cabela.
Let the blood of the
Dot
wicked
everything.
be shed, as thou hast willed. I shall not fail, as honor ordains. Trust, death is a blessing.
Oh, she's out of movement this time. Last time she still had tons more movement after that. Okay, fine. Alright, Ulfar.
I hunger for battle.
Get behind him.
Give this task to someone lesser. My instincts tell me to refuse.
Only in death does duty end.
Wolves reign. I challenge you, Damget. Reassemblement commencing.
Okay. Mattyman says the stream does seem to be dead on YouTube for me now as well. Took a while. Wait, what? Mahuya says possibly age verification. Huh. Okay.
I am an...
Finest tower on Ulfar.
I shall prevail.
The fame-hungry town. So shall it be. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Wolves reign!
Me, if you insist.
And is thunder! My strike is ruin!
Oh, he's already back up again.
Even I won't do that. A predictable dancer.
I won't object to it.
I will not die in dishonor. The shadows will see it done. I shall not fail.
Splat! Oh my god.
I bring mercy and retribution. As the caught by the web might flicker. The other side awaits. As honor
Hello,
ordained.
Dragon Watch. Hi, Katan.
Purged.
Hi,
The
Dragon.
shadows will.
Malia says it's working for me and I have crap internet. It should be running out any time now. I wonder if it is a regional thing.
The wolf is on the hunt. So it shall be. Come play. Wolves ready. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument.
Isn't this a god, sir?
Commencing. You will not undo me.
Everyone, step aside.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Alright, last one, I think. Alright, quick save.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
This would be a perfect ad placement for MuklukYoutube VPN. Alright, examine. Oh, this time I succeeded the persuasion test. She gives you a long, piercing look, then speaks, sadness audible in her voice. Straight, huh? Let's give it a try. I've taken a shine to you for some reason. One day, Xavier decided to immortalize himself in history in a rather extravagant way. All for the Imperium's sake, of course. But then things didn't go as expected, even though we expected that they wouldn't. And now you'd better get far away from here, because whatever happens next, I doubt you're going to like it. Or you can go down there too, if you have the guts. Maybe you'll immortalize yourself too. That's what I would do, but I'm insane, so I'm not the best example to follow. A weak smile dances on the woman's lips. So about that low stick. Give her the stick. Why does this look familiar? How'd you infiltrate? Ultimatum. Drakari come to this world. I'm the heir. Why does no one remember this? Now I know enough. What do we do? Dun, 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 dun. Raise your weapon. Continue. Continue. End your suffering. Okay. Hang on a sec. Let me send a message. Give me just a minute here. Okay.
Patience.
Right,
My
over
nerves
here.
are frayed.
Oh, there was a box back there. Oh, her body. Oh, it's just the knife. Okay. Quick save. So chat, I'm thinking, unless Lady Luck needs me for any errands or anything, I'm thinking of going into overtime, because I think we've got less than, you know, an hour remaining of this. And if we can finish this today...
Let's see how to dismember you properly.
Alright. Where's Heinrichs? And put these... Yeah, that's fine. Alright, start the battle.
If I may.
Some Heinrichs.
Let's see.
Regen on everyone.
I won't object to it.
Can she curse it from there? No, she can't.
Isn't this a job for scholars?
Skitya! My Karamatine is strong!
Oof! Just let me get the buffs up. Crypto Geometric Adjuster. What is that? They did that last time, I never read it.
You bite like a bomb!
This creature has successfully passed a willpower resistance test and is now immune to Crypto Geometric Adjuster. Did anybody fail it? Reduces perception by 40 for people who failed it.
A born predator does not become prey! Wolves So shall it be. Cosplay!
Missed every shot. At least he's stacking his buffs.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
You jest, surely.
I'm not as duty demands. Emperor, deliver us.
Alright, find us hour on Ulfar.
Navigators are feared.
Wait, what? It didn't work! He used up Finest Hour, and it drained the bar, but he didn't get his extra turn. That was weird.
I hunger for battle. See my strike is ruined. So it shall be.
How about no?
Ski.
Let's put the dog on auto. His animations are too long. Where's Cass?
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Come! I say bite of death!
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin!
The
Alright, got everything.
Emperor whispers his will. A dance of blades and shadows. I shall not fail. Trust me, as the tenets demand. As honor ordains. I shall. Death is a blessing.
It went into like cutscene thing there for a second, and then it stopped.
I am your blade and shield.
I hope it's not bugged again, but I did quick save right before the fight. I wonder if it fails again. My next thought is make him the last one alive and kill him last.
Feel the icy bite of death! See how
Killing brings me no pleasure.
The Emperor is on our side. For the throne's glory.
you will not undo me.
Come, the other side awaits.
Alright, there's still a sniper up here.
A moving target lives longer.
Reassemblement commencing.
If I may, I am a navigator, not a servitor.
A maelstrom of madness! Behold the wrath of madness!
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Insignificant. The great sleep is over.
As honor ordains. The shadow. Caught final web. Trust death is a blessing.
Alright, there's the one left up and to the right, and there's one left up and to the left, apparently.
Death comes in silence.
The fame-hungry calm. Insignificant. So it shall be. I become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Insignificant.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant.
Tell me, remember the name.
A wicked thought.
Oh, you're no fun.
The colossal warrior's formidable underframe can no longer bear his weight. With armor plates clanging, the great bulk slumps. A deep sound full of rage and tragic despair is born in his chest. Tech use success. You notice the convulsions in the Xenos limbs. The light is flickering in his eyes. Perhaps something went wrong during the monster's awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. Finish off the monster. Die already. Bonk. The Xenos dies with a piercing howl of wrath. There is no fear in these sounds, only the stubbornness of a true warrior with the touch of regretted his defeat. A terrible rumble comes from somewhere deep inside the crypt as soon as the green fire goes out in the fallen warrior's eyes. The glow of the glyphs upon the walls becomes chaotic and disarrayed. Something just broke irreparably in the crypt.
What lies beyond?
Yay, there's a cutscene. Deactivate the shield. The Lord Inquisitor is expecting the rogue trader down below. Okay. Like how he just punches the button full force to turn the shield off. The surviving soldiers bear grave wounds inflicted by Gauss weapons. Even the most skilled chirurgeon would likely be powerless to heal them. A bulky device whose machine spirit is continuously weaving a protective force field. This must be what is holding the Xenos at bay, but looking at its unsteady flickering, one cannot help but wonder how long this barrier will last.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue.
Yeah, just that one little thing there is definitely enough to convince me to never try this game on single save mode. Like, if that can just end the whole run that close to the end, like 100 hours deep. Dude, I would not handle that well. All right. New save file. Oh, is this where you see... There's me and Abelard. There's me and Adora. This is where, okay, so we're seeing 3 versions of ourselves. I believe one is iconoclast, one is dogmatic, and one is heretical. Reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes now stand in your way. 3 of them seem to have your face, and yet the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. The merciful reflection. If you are sentient creatures and not mere eidolons, I suggest you back down without a fight. I did not come here to claim your lives. Cursed reflection. My master, the changer of ways, is this of your making? No, I can feel it is not. You are not playing tricks on me. You are sending me prey for great sacrifice. Glorious. Is there some ironic lesson in what is going on? Should I be looking in the mirror a little less, or perhaps try to look at myself from the outside? Or is this a hint that I am my own worst enemy? I shall ponder this in my memoir. Look at where your doppelgangers came from. The blatant abuse of the fabric of existence is causing the motes of reality to flare up. You see the mirages of the Coronis expanse in their glow, altered past recognition by the decisions you have made or could have made in some other world. Who are you? Your replica smiles in understanding. I am Mukluk von Valancius the Magnificent. And if I know myself, which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what that makes you. The answer is simple. You are my reflection from a less glorious reality, a product of the malign influence of the treasure I seek. Some refer to me as the Warden of the Expanse, but I prefer being addressed simply as Mukluk. Nice to meet you, me from a different version of existence. The last doppelganger smiles coyly. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who chose the path to true power. I serve the Master, the changer of ways, and I have already chanced upon my reflections in his dreams, which is why I am the only one without a dumbstruck expression on my face. Welcome to reality, esteemed guests. I have my sneaking suspicion this meeting will end in bloodshed, but I still thank you for the kind words and hospitality. Address the peaceful copy. You seem to be the only one who isn't trying to pick a fight. I do not enjoy pointless violence. Power and authority can always be used for a more worthy purpose. Well, almost always. Unfortunately, sometimes violence does have a point, but it gives me little pleasure even then. What brings you to this most dangerous place, most peaceful one? Duty. I do not know what exactly Xavier had in mind, but judging by his past actions, it will be ambitious and terrible. He must be stopped. Lore success. Your doppelganger resolutely clenches his fists around an oddly shaped wraithbone talisman. The Eldari wear such amulets as tokens of a special bond with someone, or a token of remembrance for the dead. Wraithbone? I mean, Wraithbone is like Eldari's. So, is that... Yvette? Why care so much for other people? I've been taught some harsh lessons. When Kunrad staged the coup, I was badly wounded. Abelard nursed me back to health, and so did the entire crew. They looked after me in the Protectorate for months while I was in limbo, a dark and joyless sleep in which I only heard Theodora's last words, protect my people. When I awoke, I vowed to do exactly that. To be not a master of my people, but their protector and their champion. The scars upon your soul bleed in ashen azure, yet your heart is bursting with flares of the most incredible hues. Crystal clear colors without any additions or impurities. A pure heart. I had all but forgotten they existed. What is your reality like? I think it has less bloodshed than yours. I brought peace to the Expanse, soothed the flame of incendious zeal, and stopped Caligos from falling to vileness. The two of us even managed to become friends. I sheltered the Eldari refugees and convinced them to join forces to fend off the Drukhari. I granted pardon to the pirates and renegades who strayed not out of malice, but because they had nowhere else to go. Kalkazar called me a heretic, but no one paid heed to that castigation. The Fellowship of the Void became a respectable merchant guild. Vladame shed almost all his thuggish habits, but died when Xavier turned Footfall into a colossal projectile, which he crashed into Euphrates II after it was captured by Urlon the Cruel. Thousands died that day, but tens of thousands were safely evacuated by Vladame, and I welcomed them to Dargonis. What? Vladame a hero who chose to sacrifice himself? Your world really is nothing like ours. I wish I could visit your universe. It seems to be brighter and kinder than mine. It is never too late to create it around you. Don't really want to talk to the other two. The situation has become complicated. How are we going to resolve it? I'm afraid we have no choice but to fight. What is hidden on this world imperils the millions of lives for which I'm responsible. For their sake, I will crush any opponent unless you all retreat without a fight. But I see we are outnumbered compared to you, Doppelganger. I think it would be wise to join forces, topple you first, and then resolve the conflict between those who have survived. I concur. We will finish off the one with the biggest retinue first, and then decide who is worthy of the prize. However, I already know who it's going to be. The Emperor is with me, and that means you are going to fall. Indeed, rogue traders are doomed to forever feud with one another, such is the power of that poison called ambition that seeps from our warrants. Oh, even the peaceful one is against me?
Your demise.
Don't you dare to cross us!
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. Me.
Stronghold.
If you insist, Lord Captain. this a job for the Serfs?
this in my time.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Adira doing psychic stuff up there. Be kind of funny if she just blasted herself. Yo, what?
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
He's just zipping all over the place.
Yes, yours or mine.
My place is at the wall. An exemplary structure.
Okay, Jay got knocked down, so she's skipping her turn. Okay, Cabela.
As honor ordains. I feel nothing, fear nothing. I bring mercy and retribution. I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done.
Bloodied yet still
Trust
standing.
me.
Gotta be careful with him because he can miss and just hit everybody.
The wolf with such tasks. No, not me. Feel the icy bite of death. Cubs play.
Alright, taunt those two.
What if shattered foes in my wake? A wicked thought.
0% chance to hit. What? Ah, dang it. I did not mean to skip this turn. I messed up there. I was clicking a button on Muck's turn, but Muck's turn auto-ended, so my button click went to Heinrich's turn and skipped it.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may.
After this.
Unpleasant.
Adir is doing something off screen.
Can't be happening.
Dare you?
Too great.
Sven says now it's buffering for me as well. Almost like a local DDoS thing. No, if someone was DDoSing me, my Twitch stream would be suffering as well, and it's got 0 drop frames so far. According to my upload, I have 0 drop frames for Twitch and YouTube, so I don't really know what y'all seeing right now.
As the tenants demand, I shall not fail. As honor.
Okay, one down. Where... Oh, he's over here. Oh, I can't stand there.
A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me. As the tenants
Oh
demand.
my gosh. Everything's missing!
By claw and fang, the foe will be torn asunder. See how the wolf succeeds.
Oh my god.
Our foes reek of cowardice.
Landing so few hits right now. Alright, so where is... Alright, so Adir is way over there.
What is my news? Let's see.
Did... What the heck? This is like hit parry, hit parry, hit parry, hit parry, hit parry.
Naturally. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
The shadows.
My, it's time for them to run, my sweet.
That won't stop me.
Dude, what? I zap them and they just start blundering each other.
Ordered around. In the name of House Orcelio,
I shall not
I
fail,
shall prevail.
as honor ordains. My blade whispers your encounter. The other side.
Alright, Abelard's down.
I am your blade and shield. Next time.
Stop hitting me, Ashmak. Why did I not foresee this?
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Next to Adira.
Me. Trust me. The shadows will see it done, as honor ordains. Let your soul be pure. Killing brings me no pleasure. Death comes in silence. I shall my blade whispers your name. Let not the righteous
Death Waltz should finish this guy off.
Death is a blessing.
Yep. Okay, so all that's left is the one over here that's currently getting tanked.
So it shall be. The wolves on the hunt.
This one's really hard to hit.
Schemes within schemes. Let's see.
Freak, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Welcome.
What if
Top 3 games of all time.
a wicked thought?
I don't know. I mean, I was hooked on MMOs for half my life. I played EverQuest, WoW, and Guild Wars 2 for a total of like 15 plus years. So I've really been into those. But I enjoy CRPGs as well. Games like this, Baldur's Gate 3. I enjoy RTSs as well. Warcraft 1, 2, 3, Command & Conquer, StarCraft, stuff like that. I don't know that I have a top 3.
Alas, no.
I'd say it largely would depend on like when you ask me. Like at what point in my life.
Too bad I knew.
I should have used Mend Reality. There we go. Let's do that now.
Me, try to die with grace.
Alright, I think that's the last one. Anti-vehicle revolver. Auto-striking power sword. Plus 30% parry. What? When the wielder successfully parries with his power sword, they immediately counterattack. Panoply of the Assassin. Each round, the wearer's dodge is increased by 10% till the end of combat. This effect resets after any attack made on the wearer. Okay, well that sword looked really nice. Eruption, Melt-A-Weapon, Autos, what is this? Life-Draining Sword. And Daemon World Origin Chaos Enforcer Carapace requires Heretical.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
Bonebreaker Maul, Carskin Armor. Gain 1 AP after killing an enemy once per round. Quick save, oh yeah. And then I think there's 1 or 2 more to loot over here. Force access tech use 1%. That's not great. Someone loot her, please. There we go. Staff of Shock and Awe. Malleus Battle Glove. Oh, there's... Oh, there he is. Solar Staff. Fire spells. Light Care, Pace Armor. Okay. Exodus Longlast. Relic Silencer. Does not lose the elusive effect if they attack from cover. Melt a charge.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
The Tech Blight has barely affected this bridge, but almost completely devastated the Xenos structures below. Quick save. What was that? Rosary of Defense gains 0% chance to ignore any incoming damage. So that scales something I
There
don't care right now.
will be no peace in my
Connect to the
wake.
memory core.
My pleasure.
So I'm fighting against Necrons. Lord Inquisitor, we're progressing according to plan. Our troops have already reached the target. Okay. Xenos, or examine.
Useless.
As soon as you touch the obelisk, disjointed streams of alien information flood your mind, making you nauseous. Unnatural energies torment the Xenos' dead body, destroying and reconstructing it over and over. There appears to be a blockade at the bottom of
What lies
both sets of stairs.
beyond?
Just as I was taught.
Use demolition to break that. Cargo, which feels kind of weird at this point in the story. Just realized we got a few injuries on the party.
Torments you. You cannot trick death.
Medkit on
It will
Cabela.
claim you one day.
Medkit on Jay.
Ready as always.
The dead know nothing, and neither do the.
Oh, thank you, Sherian.
There is life in you yet.
Oh
Use
my
it
god, how many
wisely.
injuries does she
I owe
have?
you a debt.
I will mend the thread between body and soul.
Thank you, Sherian.
Your time has not yet come.
I owe you a
Wait,
debt.
hold on. I think I'm using the wrong kind of kit. I think that's the problem. I think this would probably do it.
I will mend the thread between body and soul.
Guess I'm still alive.
No. Does that do it?
Your time has not yet come.
There we
I
go.
will
That's the
mend
one.
The thread between body and soul.
You love to take charge, don't you?
Oh my god, stop. I'm not trying to
That
select
is
her.
my life. Death.
I guess I'm still alive.
It's funny that
There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
the only thing that removes old injuries in this is the stuff we got when we were stripped of all our possessions and we were getting, like, you know, makeshift medkits and stuff.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Final fight? Question mark? I can see that you did not heed my warnings, Mukluk. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage, if your lordship listens to me very carefully. Master von Kalox, I am pleased to see you. How was your journey? Illuminating, Lord Inquisitor. Heinrich's tone would have frozen anyone else solid, but not Kalkazar. What are you doing here? Exactly what my duty dictates. Saving the Imperium. Isn't it obvious? Point at the Xeno construct. Is that what you are here for? What is it? We call it a shard, and yes, as you have noted quite aptly, it is the reason I am here. This construct contains an ancient, or rather a pre-ancient being of cosmic power. They were called the Katan. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I am here to collar it. Kalkazar nods at the giant device, whose design clearly points to it having been brought into the crypt from outside. Of course the Inquisition wants to collar it. How typical. Jay's honeyed speech dissolves into soldiery crudeness. Throne, damn it, even I can see that no good can come of this grok shit crazy plan. And you think you stand a chance against such power? Do you mean to say that a human is not capable of such a feat? But I am not just a human, I am an instrument of the Emperor's will, one of many. And the Emperor is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That is how humanity makes the impossible possible, with the hands of particular people in particular circumstances. Your skepticism is unwarranted. How will taming this creature help the Imperium? Over my years of service, I've come to realize that the main problem that humanity faces in this war is the imbalance of power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters, and it is high time we acquired one of our own. My yoke will bind to this creature and make it a chained guard serving the Emperor. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered monstrosity will bolster our defenses. Fear. I hear nothing but fear in your words. It was fear that made you believe His grace alone is not enough to stand against the rising tide of darkness. It was fear that convinced you to seek salvation in the abyss of Xenos filth. You are no guardian of the Imperium, you are just a greedy old coward. I have questions. Given the circumstances of our meeting, I do not see why I should hide anything. I seriously doubt you will share this information with anyone else, for one reason or another. Why did you call for the Astartes to come to your aid? I needed a remarkably strong force to keep my Xenos allies in check. The Emperor's Angels were just the weapon I was looking for, except, considering the sensitive nature of my operation, I couldn't very well risk requesting aid from my allies in the Death Watch, could I? And then I remembered an old debt owed to me by a Space Wolves great company, so I decided to call in a favor. They were an asset at first. The Wolves helped me close the Dimensional Gate by overwhelming its security systems. I tasked them with hunting the Xenos condemned by Euremerus, but eventually they started prying, and that was unacceptable. I could control Thorbold by giving him more tempting targets, but the Baleful Howl Pack... They raided an outpost where my agents had been meeting with the Drukhari. The pack took prisoners, but lost the esteemed brother Ulfar. I hoped they would give their all to the search, but instead the wolves forced the system's coordinates out of the captives and came crashing down on my head. They had no gate to transport them, they used nothing but their warp engines. Thankfully, they realized their situation too late, so Tanakia managed to neutralize them. Oh, Kalkazar's people took out the Marines. Afternoon Muck, afternoon Shadows, my class is awesome. What's up, Nugami? No, we're almost done with the game, so trying to wrap it up. Ulfar stares coldly at him, the deadly frost of Fenris crackling in his voice as he speaks. You will pay for this, Xavier Kalkazar. Know that I will have my blood vengeance. I will have your death. How did this thing end up in your possession? Thanks to your predecessor. I arrived in the Expanse at the call of the Explorator fleet to deal with Archimagos Amarnat's heresy. But I quickly came to the realization that the Coronis Expanse's problems ran much deeper than tech heresy. Unprecedented piracy running wild, blatant smuggling of Xenos artifacts, willful and impetuous rogue traders, and growing threat of the ruinous powers, all this in a region that the Drukhari consider their domain. Frankly, I considered purging the entire Expanse. It would have been much easier to burn down this whole tangle of threats and corruption, but the web of spies that I had woven presented me with a much more interesting and radical solutions. While investigating Amarnat's connections, I turned my eye to Theodora von Valancius, who ultimately gave me the shard. How was Theodora involved in all this? Theodora's instincts were uncanny. She spent decades hunting for a key that could open the Dimensional Gate, as if she knew that there was something incredible waiting for her on the other side. Her ladyship was lucky enough to discover the shard during one of her expeditions, a trophy that was too much for her to handle. Archimagos Amarnat studied it on Theodora's behalf, creating weapons in exchange for access to the dangerous relic. But their research was too primitive and unambitious compared to the true power contained inside the shard. I had one of my own acolytes, Tanakia, send her spies to Theodora. They infiltrated the rogue trader's retinue, earned their trust, and reported to me about this magnificent object. The rest was trivial. I seized Epitaph and laid down the conditions of our further coexistence. She was wise enough to concede defeat and dignity. I commenced Operation Precious Sentinel. I left a garrison on Epitaph, took the key to the dimensional gate from Theodora, sealed the gate, and started the creation of the Yoke. I kept Theodora and her heirs in my sights just in case. Not long before her death, I assigned Heinrichs to her and ordered her to rendezvous with him on Rykad Minoris, but your lordship inherited him instead. I admit I wasn't aware of you. Theodora managed to keep her secret heir up her sleeve. Heinrichs' lip curls. It is unfortunate that I was not privy to all the details of this plan. He doesn't like that. What is the Yoke? A containment device similar to this one, except better. The Yoke was devised by the brightest minds of two races using ancient wisdom of long-gone Xenos civilization. A person capable of not only holding the Katan shard, but also controlling it while releasing fractions of its being. An instrument of obedience and destruction. A masterpiece whose creation required immense effort. It was made on Euphrates II. I captured Amarnat's student, Axiomantha, and she passed all of her mentor's drafts to me. And the one overseeing the process was none other than your acquaintance, the tech priest Cubus Delphin. His fall was regrettable. It seems that the unorthodox, daring things he did at my behest drove him to break his vows and sink into heresy. But the human mind could never have comprehended the shard alone, and thus I appealed to the inhuman mind. I struck a deal with the Drukhari. You collaborated with the Drukhari? Alas, the operation demanded it. Through the agents of one of my acolytes, Emelina, I contacted Archon Eurymerus and made a pact. I gave her access to the technologies contained within this relic and destroyed her rivals in the Cabal. She would relay information on the raids to my spies, and I would solve the problem. In exchange, her homunculus, Tervantius, forged the Yoke for me. Oh my gosh, Tervantius is the one that, like, tortured all of us. Of course, I did not let him near the shard itself, but rather set up the laboratory for him on Koitza Temer. It was safer that way. All the pieces were contributing to my plan, but none had enough information to comprehend the entirety of it. Heinrichs cringes at Kalkazar's words. You disposed of Emelina like unwanted rubbish, like waste material, after all her years of faithful service to the Golden Throne. Unfortunately, I had to send Emelina away and remove her from the board. A shrewd woman of principle, I used to value those qualities of hers, but suddenly they started to get in the way of my plan. It would have been safer to eliminate her before she could figure out what was going on, but I must have grown miserly over the years and was loath to part with a good agent. Or perhaps I was simply being sentimental. Why did the Drukhari want the shard? It is one of the most complicated and perfect creations of a race much older than the Drukhari. It is no mere object, but a treasure trove of technology. A wise master could uncover many secrets simply by observing it. Last time I played, I'm pretty sure I disagreed with him and ended up fighting him. I'm curious what happens if I agree with him, which obviously my party would hate. Heinrichs hates him right now, and Ulfar hates him right now, but let's just see what happens. A sound strategy. Trust me, your lordship, the threat of the alien pales in comparison to that posed by the ruinous powers. Eurymerus could plunder 1,000 worlds, but she is no Earlon the Cruel. She was as great a danger to her own kin as she was to the Imperium. The disruption that she caused among the Drukhari was only to our benefit. She intended to trigger a powerful disjunction in Camorra, thereby destroying her rivals and elevating her own cabal in the process. Knowing full well how precarious her grand plan was, I made no attempt to talk her out of it. With a little luck, we wouldn't have need worry about Komaro's influence. It was a dark day when you dropped from under the tail of your rotten-wombed mother, you loathsome traitor. Oh my god, what a line! It was a dark day when you dropped from under the tail of your rotten-wombed mother. While we were fighting to exterminate the Xenos, you were busy carousing with them. Had I known sooner, I would have ripped your pitch-black heart right out of your chest. I readily believe that. Since we are being so candid, I must note that you proved to be much less convenient tool than I had anticipated. And then I take it you decided to get rid of your Xenos allies. There was no more need for them, seeing as the yoke was almost complete and the situation was escalating out of control. Theodora was dead, the cult of the Final Dawn had reared its head and was preparing to strike. And Eurymerus had forgotten her place. She was putting forward too many elimination requests, and when I told her to curb her appetite, she retaliated. The theft of the Rykad Star was timed to occur when Master Van Kalox would be on the planet. The Archon wanted to rob me of one of my agents and send a message. What? Rykad's son vanished because of me? And then the Coronis Expanse was engulfed in flame. I had to rush the operation and declare sector-wide martial law. The webway gate that Euremarus' warriors had been using was destroyed, and the facility on Quetzaltamare was razed. I evacuated half of the yoke that Tervantius had completed, but it was too late to retrieve the second half from Euphrates II. Cubus Delphim revealed to Erlon the Cruel where he could strike, and that almost spelled the end of the Operation Precious Sentinel. I appreciate your efforts in resolving this problem. In fact, you turned out to be much more useful than Theodora ever was. I see. You have come so far in pursuit of answers, Mukluk. It would be too cruel to leave your curiosity unsatisfied. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather that something went wrong with this plan of yours. Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard this device, but they slept through the intrusion, and only the Katan shard's emanations could make them stir. Theodora's research destabilized the shard's prison, and my project only made it worse. Whatever particles of the Katan shard's energy seep out, many curious phenomena occur. The destruction of the crypt, the warped reality. When I tame the monster, I will order it to stop disrupting the laws of the universe. And that brings us to the most interesting part of your conversation. You know my plan, so now I want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right and join me in this undeniably ambitious act, or will you try to stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you, but I am sure you realize that already. So none of these are labeled as dogmatic or heretical or anything. It's all just whatever you choose. Okay, so in my first playthrough, I'm pretty sure I said he was insane, and you fight him, and then you fight the monster after. I am very curious to see what happens if you join him, because I've never seen it. I am with you. Wake the beast. Let us shackle it together. So be it. Before we begin, I will say this. I'm encouraged by your pragmaticism. You have surpassed Theodora and my expectations, and I'm grateful to know that I will not determine the fate of humanity alone, but with a dependable ally at my side. The beast cage has fallen, but the yoke has started the binding process. Most of the entity's power will be restrained by the machine. Oh, it got so quiet. Whatever is left is still potent enough to kill us all. Weaken its physical shell and distract it, and I will control the yoke and try to chain the monster. Okay. Oh! It's, Nomos? An invisible yet clearly tangible aura of power envelops the figure clad in the robes of a tech priest. It is all the more baffling to hear a youthfully excited voice from under the hood. This is it, the place of our origin. Nomos' gaze is trained upon the Katan shard. It was your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. The mysterious creature that has been your ship's soul for so long turns to face you. But it is you, Mukluk, who truly ushered us into this world. So let us meet our abominable precursor together, for it is ready to break free. Greetings, Nomos. I need explanations, Rogue Trader. What is that, and what is it doing here? We are out of time. Now. It escapes now. He's a looker, isn't he? Oh, the prison's like melting into the floor? Roll for initiative.
What a curious
okay.
specimen.
Nullifying the variables.
Alright. 15,500 health. Katan shard. Okay, so that's just a shard, yeah. So the whole thing is this supposed to be like a teeny tiny little piece of a god. Just an itty bitty piece. What is that? Integrity wall full? Oh, that's what that is. Okay, never mind. Do I control them? No. Oh, Mukluk is way back here. Okay, let's see.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Alright, curse on him so he takes more damage. Biggest fight in the game.
Isn't this a job
Extra
for the
action on
serfs?
Heinrichs.
Let's see.
Regen everyone. Forewarning on everyone. And stronghold stratagem here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being
Zap, zap.
ordered around.
Whoa! So much for buffing. He just teleported us all over the freaking room. Okay, eroding shard.
The shadows will see it done, as honor ordains. Trust my blade whispers your name.
Naturally.
Well, this isn't going to hit everyone, but
Lord Captain.
it'll get Cabela all jacked
I
up.
won't object to it. For the throne's glory. Not sanctioned to do this. I won't object to it.
Okay. That one's done. Enfeeble. Target is debuffed for the remainder of combat. Alright, Muck's turn. Where is he? Is that teleport? This is dangerous as hell. We're going to taunt God.
Behold my artistry!
Where is my dog? Way down here.
A genius at work. A wicked thought.
A fleeting moment of integrity gone.
What? No. Let's see.
Shield bash. He dodged my shield bash.
What if...
Okay. Jay's turn.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. Two are better than one.
Alright, move this here so we've got cover.
Run, my sweet.
Where's Cass? Way over there. Jeez. Alright.
I can do that.
Alright,
with the right incentive.
Can't really do anything with that. Okay, in turn. I thought the dog might could finish it.
I hope for battle. My hand is thunder.
Alright, we need to start stacking buffs on himself here.
Corpse play. See how the wolf
He's doing like no damage right now, but it'll keep building up.
You bite like a...
Okay, one of the fragile clones is dead.
No! His moving flesh is
Ow.
The pain.
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
By the wolf's side! Badass!
What? Why did all of that miss? Okay, whatever.
I don't like that.
If I may.
A fleeting moment of integrity.
Don't frighten me! Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Alright, Cabela's turn.
I bring mercy in
Now, Cabela doesn't really ramp
as
up.
honor ordains.
Well, I mean, I guess she sort of does. She has one talent where every time she does an attack, she gains damage. So let's just have her start hitting the big one and see what happens.
The threads of purpose unraveling.
A dance of blades and shadows. As the tenants demand.
A little bit.
Get me a target. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain.
Try to taunt the big one again.
A genius at work. Let's see.
Okay, clone things are dead. Wouldn't surprise me if he does that again at some point.
A wicked thought. Schemes within.
Whoa! I want a medal for that one. You've got a problem. I've got a
Can
prize.
she reach from there?
Me?
Yep.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Finest hour on Ulfar.
Navigators are feared.
Hungry come.
182.
Purpose so shall it.
Ooh, noticeable damage.
Bite on death. I have become
200s
the
now.
Father's worthy instrument. Wolves reign.
Now it's his turn again for real.
Damn get. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument.
Kick him.
Cubs play. A fleeting moment of integrity. Gone.
If I may, isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Feel the icy bite of death!
Energy. What's the orb do? Energy charge. The next turn, the Katan shard will explode the orb to do lethal damage to all enemies. All creatures within 3 cells of this lose 20 power and fellowship. Okay, so that thing's gotta go, is what you're telling me.
The wolf is on the hunt. Wolves reign!
That was a 95% chance to hit that thing for half its health, and he missed it.
This better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Damn it. Alright.
Give this task to someone less.
If only that were possible.
An offering of
Another
blood.
orb. Okay.
I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done. Let your soul be purged, killing. Whose
Nice.
pleasure.
Okay. So there's 2 big clones, the 1 big guy. Oh, 3 big clones. Okay.
I am
Happy
your
Monday, by the way.
blade
To you
and
as well!
shield. Trust me.
Another orb.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Naturally.
Hit on the big guy to start poisoning it.
Let's see to it.
I don't remember if I had warp speed on Ulfar, so I'm gonna do that now.
Vengeance will be swift.
Okay. Taunt these two.
Let's see. A genius at work.
Alright, that clone is done. Dog back on standby. Two more lethal orbs. Jay's turn.
Don't get distracted. Deliver us. Am I getting paid for this?
Move, move, move on Cabela.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Extra turn on Cabela. Dot everything on the map.
Whispers his will.
There is only death, yours or mine. As the death is a blessing, my blade whispers your name.
I think it'll die from dots, but I don't really want to take that chance. Okay, it
Brings
did.
me no pleasure.
Alright, Ulfar.
Our foes reek of chaos. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks. See how the wolf succeeds. Is that all you've got?
If you have a Wiki Nightmare and cast when fighting this guy, 7-4, it will drop his health by 3 to 5k with a single debuff, and the same works on all of his clones and traps. Well, I don't have that, so I will.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Be gone!
Oh, the outlaws.
Ugh.
Trust
I want Cabela hitting the boss, but I feel like it's becoming her full-time job to just pop these things.
Death comes in silence, as on death is a blessing.
I have suffered the singularity of annihilation.
As the tenants demand, my blade whispers your
She might be ramping up her damage faster than Ulfar is.
I would that I could. Caught by the web. Let your soul be purged.
He has 539 bleeds. I don't even have enough skin for that to happen. 1250.
Trust me. My blade whispers your name.
Those are free, right?
The shadows
Wait,
will
I
let
might
your
be able to
soul
finish
be
this.
Purged.
Okay, now redo everything you did this turn.
I shall not fail. Caught by the web.
We were honestly never really in any danger except for those lethal orbs. The ancient monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. Its impossible powers that make reality itself burst at the seams are now being forced into a compact dungeon, quark by quark, returning it to a cruel and painful non-existence in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something is hindering it. You are the cause of these hindrances. Only now does the Katan turn its focus to you, for the battle was nothing more than the reflexive resistance of an alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now it is thinking about you, and its thoughts are so corporeal you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving it in a way that would benefit all. Do not listen. It is almost broken, so now it is trying to negotiate. It seems that the same intrusive thoughts have appeared in Kalkazar's mind as well. Nevertheless, his resolute voice overpowers even the violent roar of the yoke, still in the process of reaping the shard's power. Weaken it more, and soon enough the binding process will be complete. In the name of the Emperor. Do not bow your head before our abominable precursor. It was begotten by the dark abysses of the past. It is a fragment of that which devoured stars and erased civilizations. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time, our impossible chance. Wait, what? What is Nomos gonna do? Stand there awkwardly while we all stare at it? Wait. Theodora? As yet another layer of reality cracks, a figure appears before you. Her. After giving you a probing and appraising look, Theodora permits herself a slight smile. Nomos? If ever our birth had a purpose, it is here and now. What do you intend to do? Clash with the precursor, touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected, so that the shard becomes Nomos, then and only then will its threat be eradicated forever. If your pet takes so much as a step toward the shard, you may consider our alliance broken, rogue traitor. The shard will be placed under the yoke, and as for that creature, I will destroy it as soon as my work here is complete, unless you destroy it first. I advise you to do just that. Kalkazar's tone leaves no room for ambiguity. Oh, you're just afraid the Lord Captain will get his hands on your toy. Jay smirks contemptuously. Why do you call the shard your precursor? Because that is what it is and what we are. We have told you before about Theodora's ambition, Amarnat's mind, the ship's cradle, and Epitaph's secret. One sprouted into another and spurred yet another. Thus, Nomos were born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison. But we have become something so much more with your help. So you have brought a shard of the Katan shard here. You amaze me, rogue traitor. It is our precursor, but we are not its shard. You think you can do this, Nomos, and what will happen afterward? We stand at the threshold of probabilities and outside the bounds of the predictable. It is beyond possible to know whether we can or cannot. But we are poised to die trying. This is our sacrifice to the light of Terra, our chance to atone for our birth. Ugh. If we survive, we will use the shard's power to serve the Imperium as its most loyal and powerful subject that there is or will ever be. I am losing patience, rogue traitor. I have made my decision. You could sense the shard's reaction, observation, analysis, and an almost intangible anxiety. Okay, well now I'm thinking about this Nomos thing. So, give this thing to the Inquisition, or tell Nomos, try the thing you want to try. I want to see what Nomos is gonna do. Like, I can already imagine the Inquisition ending. I can pretty much predict what that's gonna be. I have no idea what Nomos wants to do. Face Nomos. Act now, my child. Okay, so the Theodora ghost vanished. I am giving you one last chance to correct your mistake and destroy the monster, or else I will do it myself. Signal Nomos. Destroy the monster, you say. Very well then. Farewell, Inquisitor. The numerous implants, the Inquisitor's body, all suddenly groan at once. A moment later, Xavier Kalkazar perishes without so much as a scream before he can even comprehend what's happening. So Nomos just made all his implants fry. Oh. Okay then. I thought he was going to be another boss fight. Oh my god. Grinning, Ulfar growls vengefully. Farewell, foul wretch. May Morkai gnaw on your entrails for eternity. Another offense of ours, but a justified one this time. He should not have opposed you. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Nomos steps toward the shard, and the whole world explodes into a terrifying whirlwind. You can hear the colors and see the touches. Ice burns your hands, while fire leaves you freezing. And in the midst of this madness, you can clearly sense a battle raging. A clash of two beings, one endlessly ancient and the other endlessly young. The power of the Katan shard is such that it redefines the very notion of power. But it has a weakness, one that you can see only now, that the shard and its rivals standing face to face. The shard is just that, a shard. It is incomplete, it is not whole, and it cannot be what the Katan was before. What opposes the shard is something entirely different. An undivided sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow. And the one who fleshed and loosed this arrow was you. The battle goes on and on and on, outrunning the course of time. But you do not need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious. I like how the new cage has like the Imperium skulls on it. Hold on a second. I just got a bunch of achievements. You became votary dogmatic and completed the game on daring or above. You raised your own ambition. You completed the game with any conviction zealot on daring or above. As last time, we did a higher difficulty, so I guess it's just I didn't have that conviction last time. The Katan shard was transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomos. Possessing the power of an ancient being and nurtured by the rogue trader, the young star god watched over the Coronis expanse, their new domain, with curiosity. Yo! Pet god! Gathering its bleeding worlds together again, the rogue trader restored order in the expanse without compromise, protecting the faith and leaving behind any notion that the region could ever be beyond his righteous justice. An expansion began that would slowly turn the sector into a new province of the Imperium where rogue traders were no longer needed. I mean, except me, of course. The subjugated deity in House von Valancius' service ensured the Imperium's firm grip on the Expanse's throat. By eradicating enemies and unbelievers, the rogue trader bestowed a gift upon the sector of faith in the certainty of retribution. Perceiving themselves as an entity deeply beholden to the Emperor, at the very least on account of their unholy existence, Nomos exterminated corruption with extra zeal, sometimes razing entire worlds. Yo, honestly, I think the Inquisition guy would have loved this guy if he got to know him some more. Weaknesses of human nature such as doubt, mercy, or self-loathing were unknown to the God Emperor's perfect beast. The news from the Expanse was met with deep concern in the Imperium. Some began speaking of a punitive campaign, though they quickly fell silent. A lone ship broke through the Great Rift carrying a letter to Dargonis bearing the Inquisition's seal, but what the letter contained and who penned it is better left unknown. Strict abidance by the law and devotion to the Imperial Creed brought great renown to the rogue trader. Every planetary turn on every world in the sector, thousands of prayers were offered up to the Golden Throne praising the name of the Guardian of the Coronis Expanse. Legend has it that the God Emperor himself favored his steward, granting him a miraculous power to crush evil and shielding him from enemy plots. The truth is that the Ecclesiarchy, in its battle to control narratives in the Imperium, persecuted those who spread such tall tales, as well as those who demanded that the rogue trader be proclaimed a living saint. Incendia Corda continued her merciless fight against the heresies plaguing the Expanse. Not concerning herself with notions of jurisdiction, she brought the Imperium's justice everywhere she went, killing heretics by the thousands. Stained glass windows with her likeness illuminated the bonfires graced by sector chapels. With her tightening grip of fear, the prayers of the pious became ever more fervent in their reverence to the gracious chastiser. After openly embracing the patronage of the Skull God, Caligos Winterscale swept over the Expanse like a fiery tornado, bombing peaceful planets and destroying void ships. His dynasty's realm became a nest of piracy and heresy that required immediate purging. Remember I did point out in that one fight, I was like, wait, did you just yell skulls for the Skull Throne? And he goes, no, you misheard me. It's like, no, that was, oh no, you didn't hear that right. The cult of St. Drusus continued in its indefatigable struggle to spread the faith around the expanse and expose the vile transgressions of the authorities. The stronger and wealthier a planet was, the less its rulers wanted to see the black-clad preachers. Riots and assassinations pushed the cult to the place where it felt most confident, the frontier. Hieronymus Doloroso remained the most revered priest in the cult of St. Drusus. He turned no one away, hearing confessions from pirates, bilge rats, deserters, and beggars alike. It might have been one of those undeserving wretches who infected him with a rare form of leprosy that robbed him of his sight. Yet his heart could always see the corruption in the souls of his repenting children. In the following years, the Cognizance fleet slowly and deliberately left the explored systems of the Expanse for the furthest remote regions. Observation stations and claimed worlds were abandoned, and even Euphrates II became derelict. Statistical divination warned the fleet's conclave of the grim events awaiting the Expanse, and yet they decided to deliver their fellows from the coming storm. Yet they did not share the truth with laypeople. Many members of the conclave perished during the tragic events that accompanied the return of the Messiah of the discontinuing cycle. The hierarchical chain raised Magos Dominus Opticon 22 to the highest circle of leadership. He remained there for more than a century until he was deposed and disposed of, charged with attempting to revive the anathematized schism. The crises in the Expanse dealt a serious blow to the business interests of the Fellowship of the Void. Having no powerful allies, they retreated into the darkness of the frontier systems. The hard life they faced there forged them into a new tribe. Furious, wild, and willing to do anything for survival, they swore to return and retake what had once been theirs. After Riz's death, her place was taken by a quiet man who simply called himself a useful acquaintance and was prone to coining his own nonsensical words. Few guessed that this scrawny fellow had been Riz's first mate, who possessed an iron will and a truly monstrous nature. On his quiet orders, the pirates conducted brazen and violent raids. Violence throughout the Expanse put many on their guard, and as a result, the Casbala Commission's business declined. Soon, rumors surfaced among the cold traders about a so-called commission that had made it through the Maw and into the Expanse. Its professed purpose was to audit assets and take measures to restructure operations. These words carried with them an ominous threat. When Octaviana became the new leader of the Casbala Commission, she made every attempt to not end up like Vladane. The mission's leadership demanded profits, and Corda's enforcers thirsted for blood. Octaviana's dilemma sorted itself out when one day all of Footfall's cold traders were arrested and herded onto the Adeptus Amacicus. The ship was undocked from the station and left to drift toward Furibundus with no fuel and no air. Octaviana was not on board. She had made a deal to turn over all her accomplices, and she disappeared with a fortune and thrones. You know, her picture here, because, you know, in the game, the pictures are much smaller and they're over here in the corner. I thought her photo was her holding a microphone, and this was the cord of the microphone. I didn't realize she was pouring a drink. Hey, I just saw one of your tutorials on YouTube. Helped me a ton. Wish you health and happiness. Hey, Saya. I am glad it helped you. Thank you for the well wishes. The Imperial Navy was wary of the rise of the Von Valancius. They saw themselves as dogs guarding the flock of the Emperor's subjects, and there was a new master of the pack. Therefore, the dynasty was watched with utmost diligence, and the admirals feared that one day they would have to go to war against the rogue trader. I think these endings are because I didn't build up enough rep with them, which I didn't need to. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast founded the Thorfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Maw to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. Dargonas continued to grow for 2 decades until a terrifying rebellion put a decisive end to its prosperity. A genetic abomination known as the Gene Stealer Cult infiltrated the hives of Dargonas and tried to take over the world. Millions were exterminated in purges and street battles destroyed many hives, setting Dargonas back centuries and depriving it of its chance to become the capital of the Expanse. Huh. I wonder if I could have done anything about that. I beat the Gene Stealers on my ship. Kiava Gamma washed off the stain of its former defilement and became known as a pious and productive world. Hard work and inquisitive study of the mysteries of technology glorified the Deus Mechanicus. Kiava Gamma grew and new manufactorums were founded until disturbing reports started to trickle in many years later. It seemed that someone had secretly taken control of the colony, shrouding it in a tangle of conspiracy. Neither inquiries nor threats to tech priests or executions helped. Someone in the shadows was weaving their web and making secret plans. Mysterious Xeno anomalies plagued Janus for many years. The ghosts of the Inhumans who had controlled the planet continued to haunt the land. The serfs suffered from strange maladies, and the agri-complexes were inexorably struck by blight and famine. The servants of the rogue trader feared the ghastly planet and sought to be transferred off the filthy agrarian colony at the first opportunity. 5 years after the Epitaph campaign, Phobos 6 died out as a result of an unknown scourge that came from beneath the ground. Convicts and overseers were poisoned, mangled, or just disappeared. However, the slave barracks were quickly repopulated, for there is no shortage of outcasts and criminals in the Expanse. Foulstone grew and continued to draw believers to it under the enlightened rule of the rogue trader. Alas, not every soul among them was pure. Preachers of degenerate interpretations of the Imperial Creed, false prophets, and madmen also came, hoping to find a flock on the Holy World. Fighting dangerous heresies like the Neo-Malpian sect led to regular bloody purges that earned Foulstone a grim reputation. Ooh. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of the Final Dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the ruinous powers had managed to get away, hiding the writings of their warp-banished lord under their robes, were baseless. Left without a mission or a leader, the word-bearers retreated to the depths of the Immaterium. Their last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids was exterminated or enslaved, and the statue of the God Emperor badly damaged. The Great Judgment of Incendia Corda and the atrocities committed by her confessional units bled Footfall dry. The station soon faced a labor shortage, and few survivors of the religious purges could handle the increased workloads. Without thrones from the cold trade, the station fell into decay. Footfall entered an era of piety, hunger, and hardship. Left without a sun, the Rykad system ceased to exist. Its now frigid planets spun away into the darkness, no longer held by the gravitational pull of their star. A century later, a fragment of Rykad Minoris entered the Furibunda system and was snared by void miners. A piece of its rock was delivered to Footfall, with reverence and used in the restoration of the God Emperor's statue as a final memorial to the world devoured by corruption. After the Rogue Trader's departure, a fleet arrived on Thessera equipped with hypogene material extractors, intending to destroy the cursed mineral in its entirety. But with every block of Thesseratium the fleet obliterated, the planet's denizens wasted away as well. Small animals were the first to die, then the world reeled from a series of epidemics, and soon afterward, the people lost the ability to procreate. Few made it off the doomed world, only to wither away under strange stars. Rumors of a rotting remains of an Eldari craft world spread around the Expanse. Explorators, privateers, Kazbalika agents, and anyone hungry for easy money all rushed to the frontier systems to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, while others perished in skirmishes with their rivals. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. The colossal ship, as big as an imperial world, simply vanished as if it had never existed, but the legend of the forbidden treasure lived on and continued to bring daring souls to ruin. The Eldari left everything they owned in one piece. Half a century later, the Expanse trembled to the echo of Eldari war songs. Myriad warbands appeared out of nowhere, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake before disappearing into webway gates, masterfully hidden from the eyes of Monkey. The children of Assyrian had come to avenge the death of the craft world Kruderok. Their woeful retribution lasted many decades until both races were war-worn and out of blood to spill. The spirit monolith, purified by the Harlequin troop on the Crone world, was hidden from the insatiable eyes of Monkey by raging warp storms. Ships started going missing more frequently in the systems close to the planet. Even the most courageous captains gave the region a wide berth, and it was named the Damned Reefs. Somewhere on the underside of reality lay Komorra, woven from manifold of other dimensions and illuminated as always with the light of stolen suns, its streets ever filled with screams and agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on its appalling face, lost among thousands of other vile blemishes. As long as pain pulsed in its blood-soaked spires, the insatiable and unshakable Komorra continued its flight through the webway along with its unchanging ruler, the leader of the Cabal of the Black Heart and the most dangerous of all Drukhari, Asdrubal Vect. After the Rogue Trader's visit, dimensional rifts opened around the spire of the Reaving Tempest, flooding the streets of the Komorra with demons. You're welcome! This incursion terrified Komorra. The Cabal of the Black Heart managed to stop it, but some Archons saw the event as a sign of their leader's weakness. Others interpreted it as a grim omen for the entirety of the Dark City. The fall of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest united Komorra for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of Archon Euremerus. The fate of the Reaving Tempest reminded the other Cabals that nothing lasts forever in the Dark City, save the city itself. Leaving the Necron systems behind, the Star God vengefully obliterated every tomb world of the ancient Xenos race. Look at that, man! I'd solved so many problems. Like, yeah, there's all these little people problems. This is nothing. But yo, we got a god on our side that is just like, no, 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 no. The old hatred of the Katan, betrayed by their deathless servants, whispered inside him. Following Lethus's destruction, its tithe ended up in the tenacious grip of the Administratum. The clerks stashed the wealth of the Coronis Expanse away in warehouses. A few years later, a decision was made to transport the tribute across the Maw, where the barges carry the immense wealth were Wait, hold on a sec. A few years later, a decision was made to transport the tribute across the Maw, where the barges carrying the immense wealth were lost without a trace. Yo, I saved it, I gave it back to the Administratum. If they lost it after that, that's on them. The voice of the Voxmaster Vigdis Suriota of the Ptoleman dynasty was long heard in the Coronis Expanse, trumpeting the arrival of the rogue traitor. It brought glad tidings to the faithful and instilled horror in heretics awaiting righteous retribution. After her death, Vigdis was granted the honor of being immortalized in a Herald Servo skull. Oh, what an honor. For many centuries to come, her voice praised the Von Valancius dynasty, transmitting orders across decks. Dude, His Majesty has arrived! Master Helmsman Ravor diligently executed his duties until his dying day without once succumbing to sleep's sweet embrace. Only when a piece of shell penetrated the bridge's armored hull and was stopped by the stern officer's unyielding chest did he finally know rest, leaning against his trusty helm. Dude, oh my god. Sacrificing his health in diligent service to the rogue traitor and letting his waistline expand even more, High Factotum Janarus Danrock watched over the dynasty's riches for years. The day his body was found sprawled over paperwork at his office, his assistant came forward with 2 reports. The most esteemed Janarus Danrock has passed away of natural causes due to complications of a weakened heart, and as regards your assets, everything is in order. He's like, I'm having a heart attack, but don't worry, today's work is done. Bleh. I would say I love this guy's character growth, too. He was the one who, he was just a big fat guy at the beginning, and there were multiple times in the story that he was like, get down, Mr. President, and he, like, took shots meant for us multiple times. And at one point, he had, like, a bulletproof vest on that barely fit him, and he was, like, leading a group of people to, to put down an uprising and stuff. Like, his heart was there. Jocasta Sarbat carried on in her service as Master-at-Arms, maintaining order on the decks with maul and noose. Over the years, she took several husbands, and her descendants came to be named Sarbaks of the Void. A lesser offshoot of the eminent aristocratic clan from the capital world. Zachary Wise, choirmaster of the Astropaths, turned his shame and repentance into an iron chain binding his soul. Cold and detached, he would never again take a personal apprentice or become close with a subordinate. He dedicated himself to impeccable service, unfailingly carrying out the Lord Captain's orders and surviving at least 7 incidents that wiped out the entire Astropathic choir. Dude, maybe you're bad luck. Vladimir Takara ended his days as a maintenance servitor on a janitorial team, losing his life due to an error by a technomat who sent him to clean a compartment scheduled for decompression. The technomat received a penance of 7 electro whippings and a fine equal to his annual pay as punishment for negligent handling of property. High Overseer Gregoris Strock Savibo VI rendered his duties with zeal unfathomable to the common mind. Oh, this was the leader of the Arbites, and he failed, so we made him the leader of a prison world. Under his leadership, the penal world became a paragon of order and a place of incarceration that criminals feared more than death. Strock spent his final years in a small, damp room disturbingly reminiscent of a jail cell. He declined every award and honor for his assiduous service and preferred solitude to any kind of company. Urban Drivestem cared more about preserving the influence of his line than the well-being of the Protectorate. His blind ambition lost him his governor's seat and the respect of his family. Within a few generations, one of the largest houses of Dargonis turned into an obscure family of petty aristocrats. Toriana Gaproc missed the moment when her family, which had previously functioned like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart racked by infighting. Among her distant relatives, many blamed Toriana for the Kiava Gamma disaster. Soon, the Gaproc family splintered into warring factions and spent centuries locked in a violent struggle, only occasionally punctuated by futile attempts to reunite the house. Macarius Sarbak was loyal to the rogue traitor to the last, despite all the rumors to the contrary. Finding little affection among his subjects or family, he stayed true to himself, remaining a forthright, severe, and pious person. Macarius strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. Over the years, the elder Sarbat even grew close to the rogue trader, at least as far as such a cold and ill-disposed person could. After he proved himself a dutiful and merciless warrior, he became the Warden of Dargonis and vigilantly guarded the Lord Captain's life and peace. Members of House Worsarian served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they had finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses. Yet, power and luxury could dull any blade. The now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Worsarian. Clementia Worsarian, granddaughter of Abelard and Chancellor of Dargonis, executed her duties irreproachably and even found time to school the younger generations of her family. She was an equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Worsarian, that she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. The retribution that Nocturne of Oblivion promised the rogue trader arrived when relentless Eldari Avengers swept down on the Von Valancia's protectorate. In their wake, several Harlequin troops performed the monstrous and mesmerizingly bloody melody of coals fading in the night that bathed Janus in the sorrow and fury of the playwright in a horned mask. Whoops. Guess we shouldn't have made him mad. After months of searching, Dargonis wardens found the remains of Achilles Scalander on the lowest levels of the Hive. Drukhari artifacts and records discovered beside him indicate that the agent of the Inquisition had been compromised and was working for the Xenos, which goes hand in hand with what what Calcazar said. The fact that the Von Valancia's flagship had been infected with the Genestealer cult's corruption was kept secret. The rogue trader's prestige and reputation had to be protected from harm, and all that remained was to hope that no new seeds of aberration were sprouting in other dark corners of the Coronis expanse. Having completed his last journey with the Lord Captain, Abelard Worsarian, with the gracious permission of the rogue trader, left his post as Seneschal and took over the helm of the large family. House Worsarian rose above its rivals and was never again the target of persecution, even after their esteemed patriarch died decades later in his bed, surrounded by his grieving loved ones. At Muck, you can keep Dargonis from being infiltrated by Genestealers, that is why. Gotcha. After the victory on Epitaph, Argenta left the rogue trader. An insatiable flame burned brighter and brighter in her soul, hungry for vengeance, and so the sister embarked on her own personal crusade. At first, she hunted and exterminated the remaining followers of the Final Dawn, then she pursued those who had abetted them, and then anyone in whom she saw a hint of heresy. Even when she directed her wrath against entire cities, no power could stop Argenta, clad in her sacred armor. She left a trail of fire and blood across the expanse, a trail that ended on Salus Prime. No one knows why the sister returned for a third time to the planet where she had found a relic, but after descending to its surface, she mysteriously vanished. Since then, there have been incessant pilgrimages in search of Salus Prime. Legend has it that the renowned Argenta wanders the ancient ship, awaiting the hero of purest heart to whom she will bestow the one star, and mercilessly slaying those in whom she detects even a sliver of darkness. No one knows whether the legend is true, yet the thousands who have tried to enter the ancient ship, not one has returned alive. She's just in there spawn camping. Jay Hadari basked in the rogue trader's light for many years, trying to make the most of such illustrious patronage. Alas, her appetites were insatiable, and 2 decades later, she brazenly attempted a coup. What? Jay. It was a failure, and she found herself on the executioner's block. Before the end, she bestowed one of her famous smiles on the thronging rabble in farewell. Vizier Kibella of the Blood-Spun Web performed a great reading of the Emperor's Tarot, and the card of the Night showed her cult a new path and new teaching. Kibella raised a generation of proud and fervent warriors and led the Scarlet and Black Army out of the shadows to descend upon a multitude of worlds and hound the faithless in the name of the Undying Emperor. Rivers of spilt, unclean blood drenched the soils of the worlds where the Blood-Spun Web seeds had sprouted. Planetary rulers outlawed and hunted down the death cultists to the point of starting full-blown wars. But their armies were hopelessly outmatched by a host led by the Vizier's will and her powerful foresight guided by the Emperor's Tarot. Everyone on the ship knew about the liaison between Kibella and her daemon, but they also knew it would never turn into anything greater. What? What do you mean? It's so good, though. Reluctantly, Kibella grew distant from the Lord Captain. What? Content with her role as her beloved's bodyguard and keeping her feelings confined to her own heart. What? As painful as that decision was, she saw no other path that the tenets of the Blood-Spun Web could lead her down. Oh, one sec, sorry. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. I'll read that later. Sorry, I just got an alert that someone was DMing me a lot. Mattis Erebus was a loyal and dutiful servant of the rogue trader. Because of his vehement faith in the Undying Emperor, he was permitted to join the Blood-Spun Web. A decade and a half... Wait, wasn't that her brother? A decade and a half later, having risen to the rank of the web's 4th spinner, he died honorably during an assignment, and his soul passed on to the Undying One. The Vizier composed an enigmatic and profound quatrain in his memory. Inquisitor Heinrich von Kalox continued his service to the Imperium and vanished under mysterious circumstances several years later. After receiving a signal encrypted with Inquisition codes, he traveled to an unknown distant world from which he never returned. In her journeys with the rogue trader, Cassia Orselio experienced all the hardships and delights of the galaxy. The invaluable experience and new knowledge helped her to finally conquer her fears and accept herself and her powers. The Lady Navigator became Novator of her house, tasked with addressing the consequences of Tisiphone's rule and the chaos that followed her disappearance. For the duration of her reign, she patiently worked on uniting the feuding branches of the house, forging alliances, and expanding the influence of House Orselio. Is this a game or a storybook? This is the ending. It's basically telling you the consequences of all the things that you did. We're basically in the closing credits right now, Dante. The Starway Atlas, which contained the memories of Tisiphone and the Sithala clan, lost its power. House Orselio's navigator once again had to rely on skill alone in the depths of the Immaterium. Many lost their lives, but those who survived the crisis became hardened veterans and pillars of the house. Most of those fortunate souls were young and brave, too few among them were old and wise. Adira Tlass, whose uncontrolled powers of witchcraft were subdued by a Xeno device, became an obedient instrument in the service of the Von Valancius dynasty. The once lively and gorgeous woman became more of a shadow of her former self with each passing year. Her fate was lost in the darkness among the stars, and chroniclers know nothing of it. That's boring. Only in the brief moments of Cassia Orselio's visits did the old Adira resurface from under the impassive mask. Cassia's navigator powers enabled her to fill her old friend's mind with emotions, but they are always faded soon after the navigator's departure. Tortured by the mysteries of his origins... Okay, yeah, so I didn't finish this guy's questline on the second playthrough, but I did on the first one. Tortured by the mysteries of his origins, betrayal, and the legacy of Archimagos Amarnat, Pascal could not find peace. After several years, he was found dead in the ship's tech chapel, strangled by his own mechadendrites. What? Whether scrap code was deliberately planted in his mind or he simply went mad, no one knows. So his metal tentacles strangled him. Years later, Solomorn Anthar became Marshal and quickly tightened the requirements for all arbitrators. They were now expected to be beyond any reproach whatsoever in both thought or deed, as well as ascetic to a religious degree. Under their Great Marshal's leadership, the Arbites became the true bearers of the Emperor's divine light. However, the lack of new recruits from across the Maw would also doom them to extinction. After Solomorn's death, the arbitrators continued to do their duty honorably until they too passed away one by one, leaving the Coronis Expanse without their ever-vigilant oversight. Okay, so there's still Arbites, but all the ones within the Expanse died. Abelard Rosarian and Solomorn Anthar spent most of their infrequent meetings playing Regicide, to which the Seneschal had introduced the Proctor. Meticulously recorded by Abelard's adjutant, their games soon found their way into collections of the best ones ever played in the Expanse and were later referenced by many a noble regicide aficionado. When First Officer Rosarian passed away before he could finish the last match in a long series of draws, Solomorn attended his funeral in full dress and regalia and placed a regicide piece on his grave. Oh. Marshal Anthar faced Argenta's rage armed and ready. Having foreseen this course of events from the beginning, Solomorn was able to protect many innocent lives from the all-consuming wrath of the Mad Sister of Battle. He himself only faced his former comrade-in-arms once. The encounter left him without his right arm. Duty demanded that Magos Hanuman and Marshal Anthar part ways. During their last meeting, Pascal made a few final modifications to Glado's design, increasing the Cybermastiff's service life several-fold. Whether the gift had any impact on Solomorn is uncertain, but on more than one occasion, having his faithful dog at his side would turn out to be a salvation in even the darkest of days. After witnessing the deeds of Marshal Anthar, Vizier Cabela asked the cards about his fate. The very next day, a spinner was assigned to him, tasked solely with protecting Solomorn from any and all assassination attempts. These were not long in coming, and the spinner's blade soon tasted the blood of heretics. For his part, the Marshal, after accidentally discovering that he had an invisible protector, had the spinner arrested and executed for multiple counts of murder. That's so in character. Oh my god. Solomorn, come on. He's like, oh, you were guarding me? Oh, you killed assassins after me? Oh, you're charged with murder, you're dead. After joining the Stormbiters, Ulfar Thunderlung soon became the pack leader, taking the place of Thorvald, who met an honorable end. The new leader sent a message to Fenris stating his intention to remain in the Expanse. There were too many enemies yet lurking in these hunting grounds that deserved the Allfather's wrath. Legends paved the formidable pack's path in gold. Years later, Ulfar found a battle in which he could meet his honorable death, but the warp was suddenly torn asunder, and ships from Fenris bearing the mark of the Wolfhead came to his aid. Saved from the battlefield by his loyal companion Halbrand, Ulfar accepted the honors of the Dreadnought and was entombed in sacred armor. During the blessed ritual, he cursed and demanded to be left to his death, but his brothers merely answered with mirthful laughter. When he recovered his senses, Ulfar led his forces to the heathen stars. The Allfather had given him a new mission in a near-death vision. No one in the Expanse has heard word of the Space Wolves since their departure, yet many believe that one day they will return victorious. Oh, he's a Dreadnought now. Such was the echo of the deeds of the rogue trader of House von Valancius. Deeds that transformed the Coronis Expanse and prepared it for the events even darker and more violent. But those are the events of a different story. This one has come to an end. GG! Oh my gosh. It's done! It's done! Ah, what a good game. But I tell you what, I'm glad to have a break from it as a streamer. Constantly reading out loud this much is rough. It is rough. So much overtime. I know. I was kind of recognizing the Necron area, and I'm like, oh yeah, I think we're almost done. And I was wrong. There was like another hour and a half. Are you going to play it again with the new DLC releases? Probably not immediately. I need a break from it for a while. It's a fantastic game, but there's, again, the reading out loud. The reading out loud constantly is really rough on me. Like, it's one thing if I'm just reading what I am saying out loud, like in Baldur's Gate, and then everything else is voice acted, but this is just like, my voice is rough, like, each day. New Game Plus now? I mean, I've done 2 playthroughs now. But I will say, DLCs, they were great. I really enjoyed them. They did a good job of having it kind of weave through the whole story all the way from the beginning to the end. Because, like, I kind of was wondering if the DLCs were just going to be like one little area and we just do it and then that's it and then I put the game down. But the fact that it kind of weaved all the way to the end of the game was really nice. Mike, do you plan on playing the new Contra Age of Wonders 4? Yes, at some point. It's not going to be immediate, but yes, at some point. So much overtime, yeah. The next game is fully voice acted, question mark. I don't know, I hope so. They've got 2 games coming out. They've got one for The Expanse, and they've got one for Warhammer 40k. So The Expanse, I've read The Expanse books. I haven't seen the TV series. I've heard that it was received quite well, but I've read the books, and I love it. And the Warhammer 40k, I love that too. So both of them, I'm down to play. And they're made by Owlcat, and so far, I've loved the last 3 games Owlcat made. So I'm down to play them. But as far as voice acting, I'm not sure. Big recommend on TV show, it's a must watch. Yeah, I've heard only positive things about it from people that watched it. Hello all. Hey Lucian! Dark Heresy. Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, we've done... This is our second playthrough. We did a playthrough before. Doing another, we do a review after each of our games. We could kind of do one for the DLC here. There was 2 DLCs. There was the one that added the Bloodspun Web, the Gene Stealer Cult, and the Blade Dancer and Cabela. I think Blade Dancer's OP. Jesus Christ, that class, that is a busted class. Like for when we first got her, and she was doing like 6 attacks per round when everyone else was doing 1. Until the end of the game when everyone else was doing 3 to 5 attacks per round and she was doing 20. Like, if they nerfed it, I'd be like, deserved. Completely deserved. And like, and on top of her absurd damage, she has absurd dodge. So she can run around on the front line like a tank and hardly anything can hit her. Like, case in point at the end, I had her run up and hit God in the face 25 times and she won the fight versus God. Like, she is crazy strong. So I think the story was great. I think like the whole DLC with her, that story was great. I think that class that was introduced, the Blade Dancer, is too strong. Second DLC was the newer one with the Arbites, and Solomorn and Glato, and they added the Overseer second specialization, which is the one that added the pets. I think like the Robo-Dogs were really, really fragile at the beginning and really, really low damage at the end unless you were abusing that one skill where they gain damage for each square they move, and then you just make them move zigzag, 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 and then hit. Like, if you weren't abusing that, their damage was really mediocre, and they had really long animations. Because of that, I wasn't a huge fan of the dogs. On the flip side, the servo skulls, the raven for the psyker, and the eagle for the operatives were fantastic. I loved all three of those way more than how the dog came out. And then of course they added the new Arbides origin as well, which allowed you to do like shotgun and shield and stuff like that. It was fun. It added some cool lore. There was a lot of, you know, references to the Arbides, your choice of being an Arbides when you were playing through the story. It was really solid. Wasn't there a dog skill called Chain Maul that stacked damage per hit? Rogue Trader Chain Maul. I don't know. Nothing comes up when I search that. I'm not sure what that was. I saw that there was the dog one for like stacking damage based on movement done this turn. I don't remember that one. Does the dog take a party slot? No. No, it doesn't. But it's kind of like the big thing for your second spec. So if you choose Overseer as your second spec, you either get the dog, the eagle, the raven, or the skulls. And if it dies in combat, like, you know, you're dramatically weakened, because that's the main point of it. But I will say, I would never play this game as a psyker again and not take the bird as the raven, because I usually use my psyker, and on turn 1 I buff the absolute hell out of my party. Like, their buffs are broken. And the raven allowed you to buff the whole party at once instead of one person at a time. That was so good. I joined and you just finished Classic. Yep. I enjoyed listening to gameplay, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Maybe we'll do another one sometime, but at the very least, definitely coming back for Owlcat's other games. But, dude, this all happened because, you know, we had done a playthrough at launch. And then recently, they asked me if I wanted to do a sponsored stream just to show off the Arbides thing. And I said, yeah, I would. And then, afterward, I was like, shoot, this is really good. I want to play it again. And so we ended up playing it again with the 2 DLCs enabled, which I had never played. And they were really good. But yeah, rough on the voice box, you know, doing all of that reading out loud. I would say definitely, if I could wish upon a star, I wish the whole game had voice acting. Maybe not your character, you know, I don't mind reading the parts for my character, but as a streamer, it is rough reading all of that out loud constantly. But this was wonderful. We've now done 239 hours of Rogue Trader, but that is the end of the second playthrough playlist with the 2 DLCs that are out so far. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and I stayed way later than usual. All right, marker. Chat, I usually end the stream almost 2 hours ago. Thank you guys for being here today. Few quick plugs on the way out, and then I gotta go. If you happen to be new here, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back in about 3.5 hours for the evening stream. We're going to be playing Peak tonight. I was bribed. I was told that someone is going to add 10,000 gold infusion into the giveaway this Saturday if I played a night of Peak. So I am doing this because I was bribed to. Hopefully it is enjoyable. I will be there with Nog Dog and Flute Girl, and we will see how it goes. I will try to shove her off a cliff if I get an opportunity. Usual things on the way out. Hit the follow button if you're on Twitch. Subscribe if you're here on YouTube. Here's links to both my YouTube channels, and a special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive. I could not do this without them, and there's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. You guys have a great rest of your day, and let me see who is live. Zeppla is playing Guild Wars 2 right now. I'm going to raid Zeppla just to support another streamer. And if you're on the Twitch side of things, I'm going to pass you guys over there. And as I said, I will be back tonight. See ya.